Excellencies,
Distinguished guests,
ladies and gentlemen,
good morning and welcome to the 2024 Conference on Indonesia-Japan Partnership.
my name is Ray,
My name is Jenny.
and we will be the Master of Ceremony for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is brought to you by Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. FPCI, in its 10th year, have grown to become the largest grassroots foreign policy organization in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, with over 100,000 people in our network.
Yes, and today's conference serves as a platform that brings together government officials, experts, and scholars from both Indonesia and Japan for open discussions about the future of Indonesia-Japan relations, especially in light of the new administrations for Indonesia under President Prabowo Subianto and Japan under Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference will feature two panel discussions. The first session is titled Partners for Peace and Stability, and the second is titled Partners for Co-Creation of Economy. Before we move forward, we would like to extend our warm welcome to our distinguished guests who have joined us today.
First, Her Excellency Dia Roro Esti, Vice Minister of Trade of Indonesia. Thank you for joining us.
His Excellency Gerard Ho, the Permanent Representative of Singapore to ASEAN. Welcome, Ambassador.
Bapak Arifianto Sofiano, Director of East Asia at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. We would also like to express our gratitude to all of our panelists who have joined us today, and of course to all
very simple because Malaysia's trade with Mexico is related to investment, right? Investment. So the investment that exports to Mexico. So trade and investment is very much related. If you want to expand trade, definitely we have to look at more investments. And for Indonesia, Japan is a critical factor in trade and investment for our future growth. Japan's interest in Indonesia is obviously based on a number of things, geopolitical, geoeconomic. Indonesia is the largest market in Southeast Asia. Japan relies on Indonesia for its energy security and also for stability in Southeast Asia. But there is something very special about Japan relations with Indonesia, and that is the presence of the factor of trust, strategic trust, political trust, which is very high for Japan. And this has been proven by FPCI's annual survey across ASEAN. When we ask which countries do they trust most, the answer has been consistently Japan. Yeah. And as you know, trust is something not easy to come. It doesn't come overnight. It has to be tested time and again, and it has to be verified by different events. Right? I remember one of the meetings that I still remember until now is the meeting between President Yudhoyono and Mr. Abe. He wasn't prime minister yet. He was an aspiring prime minister, but there were a lot of political issues that he had to explain at that time. And when President Yudhoyono went to Tokyo, Mr. Abe wanted to see him, and we arranged that meeting. And from that first meeting at the Hotel Imperial, immediately there was an understanding between the two, and that understanding became the seed of the trust between the two leaders. And this is important because several years later, when Abe became prime minister and he came to Indonesia, and he wanted to explain Japan's interest in expanding the defense posture, the first country he went to was Indonesia, and he had a meeting with President Yudhoyono, and immediately President Yudhoyono said, I understand you, because there was that trust about the issue which otherwise would be a sensitive issue. What is important about Japan's presence in Indonesia and Southeast Asia is that it is impactful, right? We see every day Japan's, we are riding on an MRT. I don't know how many of you ride on an MRT. That's a high quality Japanese project in Indonesia. We have the Patimban project, right? That is ongoing. That is going to be great for Indonesia's logistics network. There's waste to energy project in Legok, Nangka in West Java, and in my hometown there is geothermal project in West Sumatra in Muara Laboh. Right? And I myself, I was actually an advisor to Mitsubishi, some time ago, and I remember going to a Mitsubishi factory. And what struck me the most was that I went to the factory. The number of Japanese was only dozens. The rest were thousands of Indonesians. Thousands of Indonesians. The number of Japanese executives was very small. And they explained to me, this is the Japanese corporate policy. We try to grow the local network, the local labor, the local production capacity, and keeping the Japanese corporate executive to a minimum. So that sums up Japanese relations, Japanese presence in Indonesia. It's steady, it's substantive, right? It's very deep, covers a lot of issues, it's impactful, right? And Japan is dependable, and Japan has attested goodwill. I do think goodwill is a real force in international relations, and it's a real thing. When Japan looks at Southeast Asia, looks at Indonesia, there is a goodwill that is felt. There's no hidden agenda, right? And Japan also adheres to what is very important to Southeast Asia, which is non-interventionism, right? And again, if you ask what is most important to ASEAN countries, I think that would rank at the top of the list. For Indonesia also, we Indonesians have to learn how to deal with Japan, right? When I was in government, I dealt with Japan several times, and dealing with the Japanese is not easy. Japanese are tough. If you negotiate across them, they are very tough. Yeah, we have to get used to it, right? But once they reach an agreement, what do? They stick to it. Once they reach an agreement, they abide to it and they deliver from A to Z, right? So for Indonesians, we have to know also how to deal with the Japanese. They are tough negotiators, but they live up to their commitment, to their promise once an agreement is done. And also, I do find that Japanese tend to be loyal and long-time friends, right? Pak Sutomo, I've known him for a long time, right? When I began my career, right? We're still friends until now. Pak Masafumi, I was an admirer of your Instagram, and until now, you remain dedicated to friendship with Indonesia. I have a long friend, Shingo, who is now a director, for Southeast Asia or something. I've known him for a long time. We used to do pencak silat together. Yutaka Imura-san, I've known him when I was a mid-career, and until now, we remain in touch. But I think there's something about Japanese and Indonesian personalities that they get on quite well together, and they become lifelong friends. So at this conference, just by way of closing, the big question is what next, right? What next? I think the Indo-Pacific, we will discuss this next. This is going to be a big thing for us. It's a key geopolitical doctrine for ASEAN. I don't know if I can call it that, but if anything geopolitical, then it is the latest one is the AOIP. And Indonesia is very much invested in AOIP, and that creates a strong alignment between Indonesia and Japan. JETP is also a big question next. Japan is a strong supporter of JETP. Japan is funding the operationalization of the JETP Secretariat, always present at every JETP meetings. I just checked just now with JETP officials. Japan is always there, right? And the big question now, with Trump becoming president in the United States, the big question, of course, is what will happen to the U.S. component of JETP funding, right? I don't have the answer to that, but we count on continued Japanese leadership as co-lead of the JETP. And we are going to face some storms and turbulence in this region, right? We just saw what happened in Syria, and the political map of the Middle East is changing. We don't know what Trump policies will be for Indo-Pacific. Even he has not announced it. Would it be Indo-Pacific free and open Indo-Pacific 2.0 or something else? We don't know, but definitely we should expect some degree of turbulence and certainly uncertainty in the Indo-Pacific region and in the world. And for Indonesia and Japan, the question is not so much what do we do bilaterally, because I think bilaterally our relationship is strong and resilient, but how can Indonesia and Japan work together to maintain a stable and peaceful Indo-Pacific where everybody can work together with less turbulence as we would expect for next year. I'll stop there. I wish you all very good discussions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dino, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us invite our distinguished guest, Her Excellency Diaroro Esti, Vice Minister of Trade of Indonesia, to deliver her keynote speech. Vice Minister, you may have the floor now.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Om Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Firstly, I'd like to convey my regards to Dr. Dino Patijalal, the founder of FPCI. Very happy to be here, and I'm always happy to be included in your events. This showcases an opportunity for me to also converse and also share thoughts and opinions regarding issues that are quite detrimental also in the fields of trade, in which President Prabowo has entrusted me with as his Vice Minister. Excellency Masafumi, former Ambassador of Japan to Indonesia, His Excellency Ambassador Gerard Ho, Permanent Representative of Singapore to ASEAN, and also Pak Sumadi is here as well with Ibu Dewi Fortuna, and Bapak Arifianto, Sofianto, and everybody else who I'm not able to announce one by one, but I'm very grateful to be here with all of you today. I'd like to firstly extend my appreciation for this event. I think Pak Dino has done an incredible job for the past 10 years. I just asked him, how many years has this been going on? And he said 10. And it's been remarkable being able to see so many issues being covered and being discussed by key players, whether it be coming from the government, from the CSOs, from influencers, from all parts of society. And I think this is detrimental in creating the changes that we want to see in Indonesia as well as the world. So being here for me is very important. Bapak Prabowo Subianto, as Pak Dino mentioned earlier, is very adamant and very focused in achieving the 8% growth by 2029. And you know, it was mentioned earlier with regards to one of the main components in realizing this which is that through exports. And the Ministry of Trade is currently focusing on three main things or topics. The first one being how we are able to safeguard our national, not only economy, but also our national trade. Secondly is how we can expand our international markets, and this can be done through international trade agreements. We have progressed quite significantly for the past 1.5 months or so. Firstly, with the Indonesia-Peru CIPA, which has been substantially concluded during the APEC summit, in which President Prabowo was there as well. And during the Heads of States Forum, this was officially announced during that time. As well as the Indonesia-Canada CIPA, substantially also concluded and soon to be signed, hopefully by next year. This is a great progress, and I was also very involved in the working groups and monitoring how the discussions took place, and with the EU-Indonesia CIPA also being one of our focuses. And lastly is how we can then boost small medium enterprises or UMKM to go global or to be exported in different areas and different countries. And so one of the things that I kind of concluded during my first month, I know it's a very short time, but so much has happened ever since, is that the very essence of trade lies in the people-to-people relations. And this is very essential in all aspects. During my time as parliamentarian as well, I noticed how important this was, how bilateral meetings were the very foundation in which any kind of change is then projected and went on about. And so this is very, very important. And as we look at the Indonesia and Japan, we see that there has been a long-standing relationship or friendship as well as a robust cooperation in various areas. And so since 2006, both countries have elevated their partnership to comprehensive strategic partnership, a testament of Indonesia and Japan's commitment for a stronger and mutually beneficial bilateral relations. This strong relations is also reflected in our bilateral trade. In 2023, Japan was Indonesia's third largest trade partner, both as export destination as well as import source country. Our exports to Japan have recorded at around $20.7 billion, while imports from Japan amounted to $16.5 billion, resulting in a $4.2 billion trade surplus for Indonesia. I'm confident that our bilateral trade will remain strong, investment flows will continue to expand, and emerging areas of collaboration will unlock even greater opportunities for success. I liked what Pak Dino highlighted earlier about the very importance of investment and how this could be a factor in which can then boost our economic development and our GDP growth, as well as how we can then harness the current situation in which Indonesia is in with our demographic dividend, where around 68% to 70% of our total population are of the productive age. So how we can really optimize on this. This is why Pak Prabowo Subianto is always talking about the very importance of human capital, whether it be through health, whether it be through education, whether it be through all these other elements, as well as the food program in which he initiated, with the hopes that we can, again, boost the kind of economic growth that we hope for. And of course, trade being one of the fundamental aspects in this regard as well. The implementation of the Indonesia-Japan Economic Partnership Agreements, or EJPA, in 2008 have provided an ideal framework to boost two-way trade and investment between the countries. IJPA is a momentous trade agreement for Indonesia, as it was our first bilateral FTA. Since 2015, both countries have discussed ways to improve the implementation of this to then strengthen the economic as well as trade potentials coming from both sides. And to this end, both countries have signed the protocol amending this on 8th of August 2024 to further expand market access and establish a more modern framework for economic cooperation. We believe that the implementation of protocol amending IJPA will further boost economic growth and welfare of both countries. The ratification process is currently underway, and both countries aim to enter or entry into force of the protocol in 2025. So this is one of our goals for the next year, for the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN and Japan have endorsed the Future Design and Action Plan for Innovative and Sustainable ASEAN-Japan Economic Co-Creation between the years of 2023 to 2033. Some action plans under this cross-sectoral economic cooperation framework includes one of which MSMEs, digitalization and initiative for the next generation automotive industry, in line with the Ministry of Trade's priority to expand market access and enhance MSMEs exports as well. And so the synergy between ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, also offers a robust platform to strengthen economic collaboration and cooperation between Indonesia as well as Japan. The ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific's vision of inclusivity and cooperation resonates deeply with RCEP's goal of bridging economic and technical differences among its diverse members. As Indonesia and Japan will be the co-chairs of RCEP in 2025, we look forward to working closely with Japan to then advance our shared goals of economic integration, inclusivity, as well as stability. And this lays an incredible momentum foundation for our bilateral relations to prosper and grow even better. And as I draw my remarks to a close, I would like to also take a moment and emphasize on Indonesia's significant progress in our journey towards the OECD membership. The effort represents a crucial step forward in realizing our vision for Indonesia Emas, or Golden Indonesia, by 2045. In March of 2024, we were privileged to become the first ASEAN nation to receive the roadmap for OECD accession. And this in itself is a milestone for our country and underscores our commitment to this endeavor as well. And we remain steadfast in our goal of achieving full accession by the year 2027. We recognize that this is a lengthy process, but we're grateful that we are in the right track in achieving this, and look forward to the collaborative efforts that lie ahead. And in this regard, the Ministry of Trade has been entrusted with the responsibility of leading the technical reviews of 4 essential committees. We're talking about the trade and export credits. We're talking about small and medium enterprises, SMEs. This is also one of our main kind of goals within this administration, as well as and entrepreneurship, competition, and consumer policy as well. And these initiatives reflect our commitment to adhering to OECD standards while also ensuring they resonate with our national priorities. With that being said, I wish you all a very valuable discussion. I'm sure that we are able to make the most of today, make the most of who you are able to meet, and see how these relationships also can foster and grow, and for that to then give you an idea of what portion you have in creating the changes that we need to see in Indonesia. I think the very essence of gotong royong is very essential, working collaboratively, side by side, together in achieving a particular target, because the Ministry of Trade, for example, by itself cannot work alone. We need to join hands like that of, for example, with Pak Dino with FPCI. We want to join hands with other CSOs. We want to join hands with government officials from other countries, including that of Japan, as well as the youth, as well as everybody that can create this kind of change and momentum going forward. Thank you very much. I wish you a very successful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Vice Minister Diaroro, we kindly invite you to stay on stage. We would like to invite you for a photo session. For this, we invite Dr. Dino back on stage, together with our senior fellows, co-founder Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, Ambassador Sumadi Broto Diningrat, Ambassador Iwan Wiranata Atmaja, to go on stage for a photo session.
Okay, and to all the photographers, please stand by. One more time, different styles perhaps.
Thank you.
Okay, please give a big round of applause. You may return to your seats.
But I'm right, they're tough negotiators, right?
Okay, once again, everyone, please give a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move forward to our first session of the conference with the title Partners for Peace and Stability.
And this session will be moderated by Ms. Lucia Novitasari, Head of Subdivisions at the Cabinet Secretariat of Indonesia. So, Ms. Lucia, you may have the floor.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the 2024 Indonesia-Japan Conference on Indonesia-Japan Partnership. My name is Lucia, currently working at the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia. I'm also a FPCI Woman in Foreign Policy Fellow. So, as Padino mentioned before, that Indonesia and Japan partnership was built on trust and goodwill. And then how impactful the presence of Japan in Indonesia and ASEAN. Also how important is Indonesia for Japan as a partner to maintain peace and stability. So to enlighten us with this topic, let me welcome our lineup of speakers, the distinguished speakers. The first one, Ambassador Masafumi Isi. Please give a warm welcome to Ambassador Masafumi Isi. Ambassador Masafumi Isi served as Japan's ambassador to Indonesia from 2017 to 2020. Good morning, Ambassador. Nice to meet you here. And then the second one, I would like to welcome Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar. Good morning, Ibu. Professor Dewi is a research professor at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, also a chairman of the board of directors at the Habibie Center, and last one is the co-founder of the FPCI. Good morning, Ibu. Nice to meet you here. And then for the last speaker, I would like to welcome Professor Sutomo Kikuchi. Professor Kikuchi is the emeritus professor at the Aoyama Gakuen University, Tokyo. Please. So, as a logistical arrangement, we have a little less than 2 hours, and let's make the most of it. I will start asking questions to the panelists, and I will explore more from the panelists before I give chance to the participants to join our conversation. So to begin our discussion, I would like to let the speakers to convey their opening statements regarding to this topic. Maybe I will start with Ambassador Masafumi Isi first. You may.
Okay. Selamat pagi. Very good to see you. It's great to come back. And I still remember I joined the first conference organized by FPCI 10 years ago. And then this is actually my second conference to join FPCI after 10 years. And I think even 10 years ago, I think FPCI was already very big and more importantly, very young. I think we are talking about Pardino becoming younger and younger every year. And we believe he's sucking up the energy from younger colleague of his. So I think this networking of FPCI has been phenomenal. And I really appreciate what you have done for our bilateral relations. And with that uplifting spirit, for this session, I will try to, as an opening remarks, touch upon 3 areas where both of us can cooperate and come up with 2 specific proposals for each area. So that makes 6 proposals. First and foremost, I never hesitate to realize that the most Japan-Indonesia relation has been and will continue to be the most important partnership in this region for Japan. And together, I think we can lead the area and we can make a lot of differences. We can change the world. So when I was here, there was 60 years anniversary of Japan-Indonesia diplomatic relation, and the catchword for that year was Kerja Bersama, Maju Bersama. So I think that has been the guiding principle of our bilateral relation in the past 60 years. So with that in mind, first area, I think as Pardino was mentioning, the big elephant in this room is the United States. What the Trump administration's foreign policy is going to be like in relation to Southeast Asia. But I think we need to realize that for maintaining the peace and stability in this region, I think U.S. engagement is crucial. So together, we should be able to help U.S. maintain its interest in Southeast Asia. If we don't do a lot of things, I think you may not see the President of the United States attending the annual ASEAN meeting in the coming 4 years. So for that purpose, there are a few things we should do. First thing is, I think for ASEAN countries, I think you need to solve your own problem, which in my mind is Myanmar. I think Myanmar is becoming like a forgotten conflict, which is not very good. And so, one of the principle for President Trump for action is to see some merits from doing something over there. So if there is something good for him involved, he has all the incentive to join. So perhaps in relation to the solution of Myanmar issue, you need to first internationalize this conflict. Of course, you have to first appoint your own special representative, but ASEAN special representative should be the most important government representative, but you should ask other partners to do the same, like Japan, United States, maybe European Union, China, India. So let's kind of create a negotiating group of Myanmar special representatives. And then if the stage becomes right, you should invite President Trump to put an end to the conflict. So if he sees something good in it, I think we should be able to involve him. So, but at the same time, the other side of the coin is, if you are seen by President Trump that you are not able to solve your own problem, I think there will be no chance for him to take any interest in Southeast Asia. That's very, very serious, I think. Second thing is, I think both Japan and Indonesia has an entry point for a relation with the United States. After all, we have Japan-US Security Alliance, and your entry point is, I think, President Prabowo. I think chemistry between two presidents is better than most of the other countries. When President Prabowo made a phone call to President Trump after visiting China, I think President Trump liked him very much. I saw YouTube, and then it's a great encounter. So I think chemistry is there. So I think among the Southeast Asian countries, maybe Singapore and Indonesia has some natural entry point to maintain a good relation with the United States. So you are in a very advantageous position. Together, Japan and Indonesia can do something to maintain interest of the United States, or more particularly President Trump, to this area, to this region. Second area of cooperation is, I think this is a prerequisite for maintaining peace and stability in this region. That is for both of us to assume international responsibilities for maintaining the peace and stability in this region. First is keep sea lanes of communication open and free and safe. Because if and when, unfortunately, something happens around Taiwan Straits, I think the only alternative sea line of communication running through this region goes through your own country, through the Lombok Strait, Makassar Strait, going up to the Celebes Sea and come to Japan. So I think it is, to put it directly, it is an international obligation of Indonesia to maintain this sea line of communication safe and open, to keep the flow of goods for the world. I think everything goes through there. So I think, and if I'm sure you can do it by yourself, but if you need some help, Japan is happy to help you or do it with you. So, but I think you need to realize that is the most important thing we expect at the time of contingency from Indonesia. And second thing is, both of us have a long history of engaging with Middle East peace process. And after President Trump comes in, I think the US policy will become more clearly pro-Israeli. And then, so Israel is going to have more freedom for doing something over there, everything over there. But at the same time, less emphasis will be put on the importance of the solution of the Middle East peace process. I think without doing it, I think there will be no sustainable long-term stability or safety for Israel. So I think Japan has been doing a few things in terms of development and reconciliation in Middle East peace process. So has Indonesia. So we may try to join our efforts to start a real process for solving the Middle East peace process along the two states solution. So that's another area for the future cooperation.
Ambassador, we will discuss it later.
Okay.
Maybe we will let Professor Dewi to convey the general statement
and,
first, and then we will discuss.
Third and the last area of cooperation is together, I think we should support the unity of ASEAN, right? And as Dino was saying. And in that regard, I'm a little bit concerned, may not be the right word, but I'm a little bit worried about what has been going on in this region with Malaysia, Thailand raising hands for joining BRICS, to be followed by even Indonesia. I think choice is yours. Of course, I'm not complaining about your choice. It's your sovereign choice. But it's a responsibility of a friend like Japan to tell you that choice comes with consequences. The consequences has been that you are seen as making choice, leaning towards China and Russia side, away from the United States. I don't think there are so many people who can tell you that, but I think that's a clear sign we are detecting. And then the more worrisome thing is that may lead to the breaking up of the unity of ASEAN. So there are some other countries like the Philippines, who is the alliance partner of the United States. They can never choose to become the part of BRICS. So I'm a little bit afraid of the future course of action. So I think one way to compensate with that is, if BRICS is seen as an anti-American organization, Quad is seen as an anti-Chinese organization. So if Indonesia is happy to join Quad, we will support it wholeheartedly. But if it's a little bit too much for you, we may as well try to create ASEAN version of Quad. Four important countries in Asian version of Quad. That is India, Indonesia, Japan, and Australia. This is like replacing the United States by Indonesia in existing Quad. And at the same time, I understand that you have Indonesia, India, Australia trilateral dialogue already. So if and when you are ready to invite Japan to be part of that trilateral, that makes a quadrilateral, which is a very good sort of Asian version of quadrilateral, which will become more important than the existing quadrilateral. And this works fine for the implementation of the AOIP and FOIP as well, because India, Indonesia, Japan, Australia, I think this is a connecting dot for the sea-land communication. And second thing is, I think you need, this is the last point, yeah? Okay. Second thing is you need to help Philippines. I think to put it in a very negative and direct way, I think support of the United States to the Philippines will decline under Trump. I think for President Trump, it's important to strike a deal with China as a whole, but the conflict in South China Sea is only a small element in that deal. So even though the Philippines is the treaty partner for the United States for defense, I think President United States support to the everyday conflict in South China Sea will decline. So unless other countries in ASEAN help the Philippines and some other claimants over South China Sea, I think it's a negotiation will be dominated by China. So this is another area where I think we need to cooperate. Sorry, too long. Huh?
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I let Bu Dewi to convey the general statement. 5 minutes, yeah, Bu.
Yeah, I think we should stick to the 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
For the 5 minutes remarks, the world at the moment is very dangerous. There are more wars happening than at any event since the end of the Cold War. More people being killed in interstate relations as well as continuing intrastate relations. So we face challenges that are both traditional challenges and non-traditional challenges. And Southeast Asia is at the epicenter of the US-China rivalry. So we have the challenges, you have wars, then you have great power rivalry, and then at the same time, we continue to face common challenges like climate change, the challenges of new technologies, digital, artificial, the challenges of food security, energy and security, and so on. And we in Southeast Asia, we are not in a good shape, but in comparison to many other regions, we are still relatively quite okay. And if I'm asked what one word, that is the magic of Southeast Asia, and I would say it's ASEAN. We do not talk too much about ASEAN. Sometimes people always look at ASEAN weaknesses and so on, but I think that we have to admit that without ASEAN, our region would be in a worse position. And ASEAN has been responsible for ensuring both intrastate, intra-regional relations, as well as extra-regional relations. But because of these new challenges, the return of politics, the return of geopolitics, and the difficulty now of actually separating between politics and economics, geopolitics and geoeconomics, that when we talk about trade and investment and even technology now, we cannot separate them from geopolitical issues. ASEAN is placed in a very difficult position. Increasing the intensification of the US-China trade war, for example, it's a geopolitical issue. It's not simply an economic issue. So this means that ASEAN is faced with very difficult choices. And as the ambassador mentioned, will ASEAN have to make a choice? ASEAN's default position is we do not want to make a choice. We want to engage with all sides. We want to be able to benefit from all engagements. At the same time, we want to protect ourselves from the risk of all of this. But maybe in certain issues, it's going to be extremely difficult. For example, on the choice of technology or on the choice of certain investment and so on. So we need to be much more agile and able to make the decisions. Now, in this case, we need to question, is ASEAN fit for purpose for this? Is ASEAN in a position that is cohesive enough to resist all of this? And here I come to the question of leadership within ASEAN. Indonesia is the largest country in ASEAN. It is seen to be a natural leader in ASEAN. So it is expected to provide some of this intellectual input, intellectual leadership, and also to move things forward. ASEAN rotates its chairmanship every year, but chairmanship does not always translate into leadership. Now, ASEAN is based on equality. We do not have a hegemon. We reject hegemonic position. That is why a number of other regional organizations fail, because the largest member tend to impose hegemonic relationship. And within ASEAN, that would not work. But at the same time, without intellectual leadership, it will not move forward either. Now, in this sense, as been mentioned, ASEAN faces a lot of difficulties, but in the past, in the development of ASEAN, whether as an organization or in the development of ASEAN member states in terms of resilience, the role of Japan has been critical. From the very beginning, Japan has been instrumental, first, in promoting development in all the Southeast Asian countries that comprise the first ASEAN countries. ASEAN, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Thailand, the growth was very much led by the flying geese formation, in which Japan was the one, the lead goose. Japan's industrial policy, investment in the region has been instrumental in pushing for the growth in this region. At the same time, ASEAN, as you know, had very little capacity as an organization. A lot of intra-ASEAN cooperation was funded by Japan to promote intra-ASEAN people-to-people connections. It was mostly funded by Japan. To finance the ASEAN Secretariat, to provide intellectual input, it was mostly funded by Japan. So Japan has been very much instrumental, I say, both in terms of the development of national resilience of ASEAN member states and also in the development of ASEAN capacity as a regional organization. And I think that is why it is not surprising that Japan continues to be seen as the most trusted partner. So as we face both the intra-ASEAN challenges, like Myanmar issues and so on, I agree very much that it is beyond ASEAN's internal capacity to overcome these problems. And ASEAN needs to work with the dialogue partners. And Japan continues, I hope, to be the most important partner here. And thirdly, in terms of the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, I saw that in the program, we said you put IOP before ASEAN centrality. You cannot put IOP before ASEAN cohesion and ASEAN centrality. ASEAN has to be strong, ASEAN has to be united, cohesive, and has the capacity before it can manage extra-ASEAN relationship. And ASEAN, I hope, will continue to be the champion of an inclusive regional architecture. And when it comes to choices, ASEAN, as I said, doesn't like to choose. But you might be very distressed to find out in the latest Southeast Asia State of Asia survey, 2024, it flipped. In 2023, most ASEAN countries, they didn't want to choose, but if they had to choose, they would choose the United States, except for Indonesia, for Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, which favored China slightly. because of the Gaza issue. But in 2024, the whole of ASEAN flipped. And I think that's, because of concerns about the United States. So you may be interested that maybe this is a bit promotional. In the latest, the December issue of the East Asia Forum Quarterly, it just come out. The special edition is called Asia minus the United States. And I have an article there. I was asked to write about Southeast Asia, and I wrote about Southeast Asia braces for Trump 2.0. The ambassador talked about, we have to do this to please the Americans. The Americans have to do a lot of things, otherwise Asians will be going away without the United States. So, we find it objectionable sometimes, that, we have to do this to please or appease the Trump administration. I think that if the Americans don't do what we like, America also want to do, it could totally be ignored by the region. We do not want to do that, but I think, the relationship should not be seen as going one way. It has to take two to tango. If the US does not pay attention to Southeast Asia, don't be surprised if Southeast Asia also ignores the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. And now I would like to Professor Kikuchi to convey the general statement.
Yeah, thank you very much. In my opening remarks, I would point out that new Japan-Indonesian partnership will play a crucial role in shaping the future of Indo-Pacific. So there is a conventional views. Only big powers, especially U.S.-China relations, will shape the future of Indo-Pacific. But this is a quite one-sided views. I'm thinking we are now at the present creating a more pluralistic regional orders in which not only big powers, but also other powers could play a crucial role in shaping regional order in the coming decades. And Indo-Pacific is more than US and China. And for example, Japan, we have a deep sense of crisis of the future of Indo-Pacific. And we have a big ambition to be a critical anchor of sustaining free and open Indo-Pacific regional orders. And to maintain free and open, inclusive and rule-based regional orders, Japan is trying to play a new role far beyond traditional regional postures. So in my understanding, Japan's goal, the future goal is for the nation in the region to strengthen their own national resilience, which can allow those countries to stand up against the coercion, the bullying, and the some threat. But also, they are seeking to get along with the countries, that countries. So we need some more strengthened national resilience to take more flexible approach to the future regional, the relations. So in that, context, the support for capacity building to enhance national resilience is a quite important policy goals for Japanese government to, in the context of free and open Indo-Pacific policies. So we are taking our initiative to strengthen the maritime capability of the regional countries, and we are recently engaged in some defense-related assistance, like National Security Assistance Program and so forth. And also we took leading role in concluding new regional free trading arrangements such as comprehensive and progress and comprehensive Trans-Pacific partnership and so forth. It is also Japan has been contributing to maintain the balance of power by strengthening its own national defense capability and also strengthening the alliance with the United States and the like-minded countries and so forth. So in doing so, Japan attached particular importance to the relation with the regional emerging powers. So Japan had been actively engaged to promote partnership with what is called the Global South. So Indonesia is such countries. And on the other hand, Indonesia has now many challenges to be addressed immediately. You have so many domestic critical issues from the, inviting, attracting foreign direct investment, promote foreign trade, and also improve infrastructure and providing a better quality of life for the people and so forth. But at the same time, emerging power like Indonesia, you have unique challenges in regional and global affairs. For example, Indonesia is expected to play a more and more constructive role in supporting regional and global orders. So Indonesia is expected to take more responsibility to maintain the global public goods and promote public interest regionally and globally. That is the obligation to be addressed by emerging powers. And also, second, emerging powers usually, getting more active engagement in regional and international affairs. It caused some concern to the neighboring countries. This is nothing to do with whether Indonesia has a good intention or bad intentions. Active engagement, active behavior of the emerging powers, it's caused some concern among the neighboring countries. This is a quite universal phenomenon of international politics. So Indonesia have to address those new challenges in the coming years. Then I think Japan comes in that pictures. In 1960s, 1970s, Japan was emerging powers. Our economy is rapidly the growth, and we are required to do more for international societies, contribute to promoting international public goods and and so forth.
Professor K, could you maybe we will discuss it later.
We have done a lot. We struggle to renovate domestic institutions to meet such challenges. Also, we obtain some the knowledge of the Japanese people, but our new international responsibility is there. So we obtain support by the people for Japan's new engagement in regional and global affairs and so forth. So I think, and also Japan's active engagement in regional and international affairs has caused some concern among regional countries, especially Southeast Asian countries, about Japan's future directions. So to alleviate such concern, we made a strong commitment to regional our cooperation. Our cooperation with ASEAN have been playing a critical role in to alleviating such concern about future Japanese engagement in regional and global affairs. So I think and now we are actively engaged in the regional and global affairs, and Indonesia you have a new, now facing new challenges to be addressed in the coming years. It's a bit different types of challenges you are now facing right now. And looking back the past, Japan, Indonesian cooperation have played a critical role in promoting regional cooperation like Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation since late 1970s. Also, bilateral cooperation played a critical role in establishing multilateral security dialogue centered on ASEAN after the end of the Cold War. So I think, we have, and based on those mutual cooperation, we established mutual trust, just, Dino-san mentioned in his opening remarks. So based on that, we should, further, strengthen our bilateral relation to tackle and also, contributing to shaping new regional orders. It's a bit, distinct from the regional orders only defined by U.S.-China relation. We should look beyond that, for the future of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the three speakers for the general openness. So I'm going back to Ambassador Ishii. You mentioned before about the U.S. engagement in the region. And then as the countries, both Indonesia and Japan, embrace new leadership, we expect to see more strategic collaboration between these two countries, particularly in addressing current and future security challenges for peace and stability. So my next question is, what are the most pressing security challenges for Indonesia and Japan? Is it the big powers' presence in the region or what else? And then how can existing mechanisms such as the 2+2 dialogue can address this issue?
I think at present the most pressing issue is everyday conflict in South China Sea, which has impacted almost every country in ASEAN, as well as Japan. We are facing with the same kind of situation around Senkaku Island in East China Sea. So perhaps first we should compare notes about what's going on in both seas, and then just to guess what may happen in coming months and years. And I think of course another issue is Taiwan Strait. But in my mind, I don't think the conflict is going to happen in a short run. Nobody is willing to do it. So I think we have a pretty good chance to stop it from happening. But in South China Sea, we are very close to the conflict point. So I think the role of ASEAN, as Debbie was saying, is very crucial in maintaining peace and stability in South China Sea, because there are so many countries which have a vested interest in the activities over there, including Indonesia. So I think coming up with joint development is one way to do it, I think. But you need to come up with some sort of consolidated initiative by ASEAN, not only talking about the code of conduct, but there are other few specific projects you may as well try to do.
Thank you, Ambassador. And then next I'm going to the Professor Dewi. So based on the most recent FPCS survey, Japan is regarded as one of the biggest supporters of ASEAN centrality, as well as its most trusted partner. You mentioned before about how important Japan presence in ASEAN to promote the development of ASEAN member countries, and surprisingly, the intra-ASEAN cooperation is funded by Japan. So my question is, how can Japan continue to support ASEAN centrality, unity, and resilience in the face of great power dynamics in the region?
Yeah, I think hello, yeah. Well, ASEAN faces many challenges as it expands. As you know, ASEAN is both widening and deepening its cooperation at the same times. And as ASEAN tries to bring in new members, the older members, a CMLB country, for example, still has problems. Cambodia, Laos, at peace, but their capacity still needs to be developed. Then, of course, you have the question of Myanmar. How can ASEAN really be taken seriously as a peace facilitator? If we have a serious failing state, which is, a war against everyone now. So the ASEAN needs to tackle with the Myanmar issue very seriously. And I think I agree very well that it is not really within ASEAN's own capacity to resolve the Myanmar issue, because ASEAN has very little leverage with Myanmar, with the junta. Which countries have greater leverage? It's China, it's Russia, it's India, it's Japan. They are the countries that have the money, they have the ability to trade off certain things that the Myanmar government wants. ASEAN has a leverage of legitimacy. I don't think Myanmar wants to be out of ASEAN, and to be part of the ASEAN member is still important to Myanmar. And I think that ASEAN can continue to use that leverage. If you want to be part of the ASEAN family, you need to clean up your act. But this ASEAN needs to ensure that all the dialogue partners are on the same page. The problem at the moment is that dialogue partners are doing their different things. Giving legitimacy to the junta when ASEAN is trying to sanction it. And so ASEAN needs to act tougher, to be more united and tell our friends, China and Russia, if you are serious about supporting ASEAN centrality, please do not undermine what ASEAN is trying to do. In this case, Japan has always been on the same page with ASEAN. Japan has never tried to undermine ASEAN in this way. India is a good friend of ASEAN, but it has problems in the borders with Myanmar. So it also makes its own separate deals with the junta. So we have, so in this way, ASEAN needs to talk to all of the dialogue partners. And then when I talk about the expansion of ASEAN, we have Timor-Leste also coming in to ASEAN. That needs a lot of assistance as well, because they need to be also to bear responsibilities for holding ASEAN meetings and chairing committees and so on and so forth. So ASEAN needs to work both internally to strengthen, to shape up its own house, and then at the same time managing relations externally. And we hope that, the East Asia Summit is a multilateral talk shop. A lot of countries are impatient with this talk shop, but talking is extremely important. Do not put multilateralism and minilateralism as if they are fighting against each other. I don't see them as being contradictory to each other. Multilateralism has its purpose for dialogues, for developing norms and values, and for allowing people who do not normally talk to each other to talk to each other. But minilateralism, even within ASEAN, we have gone minilateral. In the Straits of Malacca, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia went minilateral when we tried to secure the Malacca Straits. Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines go minilateral when we try to secure the Sulu Sea. So, and then there are other minilaterals like the Quad, like AUKUS, and so on. They do not necessarily have to contradict. People always say, oh, you have minilaterals, does that mean make ASEAN irrelevant? No, because ASEAN is the only party in town where everybody comes in. And I think that the ability not just to host a party, but also to lead intellectually. And this is what is lacking lately. ASEAN hasn't come up with new ideas. We talk about the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, which Indonesia proposed and accepted by ASEAN 2019. We haven't seen really much development. It's not fleshed out. And the problem is, for example, Indonesia hosted the first ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum when it chaired ASEAN, but that was not taken up by Laos. And I'm not sure whether it will be taken up by Malaysia. So there is inconsistency in ASEAN chairmanship commitment to this project. So this way, I say, it's very important for Indonesia to continue to shoulder this and to bring all of the ASEAN countries, that we bear the same responsibility to this. And here, Japan and China and so on, we need to talk about specific. The 4 areas of cooperation, maritime areas, economic, connectivity, and SDGs. You need to go to the details. The devil's in the details. And it is not just about intra-ASEAN cooperation. And if I might be frank here, when I attended the Indonesian chaired first ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, it was more like an Indonesian-centric investment forum. It did not really, we don't have to have too many projects, but it has to involve the relevant parties. The whole idea is to create cooperation between countries that do not normally cooperate. So create projects where China, the United States, Japan, and India and other relevant partners can actually have, a stake in. So it's not just about Indonesia promoting various investment among other countries, which are already friends of Indonesia. So I think that, it needs greater vision and do not just leave it to the investment or state-owned enterprises. The vision, the strategic vision should be driven by the president and the foreign ministry and the people who think strategically. And then the line ministries can carry it forward. Do not allow the line ministries to focus on it, because then they will just take it on as a business as usual, as an investment activities, without the strategic dimension.
Thank you, Bu. Interesting point. Since Professor Dewi mentioned about the AOIP, I would like to dig more about this. The AOIP and FOIP both emphasize the importance of the rule of law in preventing aggressive international behavior. However, in recent times, even traditional rule makers have been observed violating international law, undermining global order. So my question is, Bu Dewi also mentioned about the intellectual leadership in the region. How can Japan and Indonesia synergize the OIP and FOIP to establish fairer international norms by emerging as non-traditional rule makers? And what mechanisms can be used to operationalize these initiatives? Maybe I would like to give the floor first to Professor Kikuchi, and then maybe Professor Dewi, you can jump in later.
Yeah, just before that, I would say on the concept of ASEAN centrality.
Sorry, Professor Kikuchi, can you speak
ASEAN centrality.
to the mic?
The many countries, including Japan, we fully supporting the ASEAN centralities. Why we support ASEAN centralities? So in my understanding, we hope ASEAN countries recognize you have your own agencies in international affairs. So we hope ASEAN countries exercise your own agencies. You are not the bystanders, or you're not, the pawned in, big power politics. So, what means by exercising your own agencies? We hope you stand up to protect your basic principles. For example, now we have a big challenges facing. We have a big challenge, the principle of peaceful resolution of disputes. That are now facing serious, challenges from regional countries. So, but that is the most fundamental principle defining ASEAN members, relation among ASEAN member countries. Because, since establishment of ASEAN 1967, ASEAN countries try to best effort to share the basic principle of peaceful resolution of disputes among regional countries, member countries. But now that principle is being violated. Why ASEAN so quiet on that violation in regional affairs? So we hope ASEAN countries recognize you have agency to exercise in regional affairs. So among ASEAN countries, we hope you stand up to protect the basic principle on the peaceful resolution of disputes among regional countries. Because for the last few decades, ASEAN has been expanding to the ASEAN, the Bali treaties, treaty amity and cooperation, not only among ASEAN countries, but also, including, extra ASEAN member countries. And so, basic principle of peaceful resolution, the basic, most important principle to be, maintained by ASEAN countries. So we, not just, claiming ASEAN centrality, but also we hope actually, ASEAN countries exercise your own, agencies. So we are very much, concerned about ASEAN, not exercise your own, the agencies fully to protect your most fundamental principles. So because of that, we are saying we fully support ASEAN centralities, in regional affairs and so forth. That's my, So so I think, Japan, Indonesian cooperation should be, play some catalyst role to encourage ASEAN countries to recognize that, their own agencies. You are not, weak powers. You are not powers. You are, quite important player in shaping the future of Indo-Pacific. So we hope, ASEAN countries recognize that, realities. So you are not just, sandwiched by big powers, politics. Yeah, thank you.
Professor.
Yeah, I'd like to add that Ambassador Ishii's comment about ASEAN should show solidarity to the Philippines. And I think, the most important thing, we all recognize ASEAN are made up of small and medium powers with limited capacities. The strength of ASEAN is not in the realist world. In the realist perspective, we lack capacity, we lack the military, we lack the economic power. The strength of ASEAN is in the constructivist world. ASEAN has been very good in promoting norms, values, the Treaty of Amity on Cooperation in Southeast Asia, promoting multilateralism, promoting rule-based international order. All champions of the rule-based order are no longer the champions. The big powers of all broken international laws. They are all perpetrators. But smaller and medium-scale countries can only survive safely in this world if we have international law. Otherwise, we are returning to the Darwinism, to the pre-Second World War, where the might will rule. Do not look to great powers to be the champion of international orders because they take exceptional positions. Russia invaded a sovereign country. The United States doesn't care what's happening in Gaza. And China doesn't care what happens. It says it's a signatory of UNCLOS, ratified UNCLOS, but it doesn't, recognize certain elements. So the big powers continue to exercise in the realist world, while ASEAN's world is a constructivist one. And therefore, in this way, we need to be much more vocal about it. We need to champion the rule of law. Now, Indonesia was the first champion of UNCLOS, 1982. Without the United Convention on Law of the Sea, there'll not be Tanah Air, Republic Indonesia, that unite the different islands. So if anyone who has to stand up for UNCLOS, it has to be Indonesia, because we are an archipelagic state. The very raison d'etre of Indonesia is UNCLOS 1982. If we fail to stand up for that, then why would other countries respect that? Now, in this case, if Indonesia fails to voice concerns about violation of UNCLOS, Indonesia is betraying its own DNA, its own wawasan Nusantara. So Indonesia, I'm going to criticize here, when we are silent about violation of UNCLOS, we are hurting our own identity as a champion of UNCLOS, because archipelagic states will not exist without that. So coming to the South China Sea is very clear. When it comes to the South China Sea, or when it comes to maritime domains, only UNCLOS is the legitimate law. We all have histories. Indonesia used to claim Cambodia. Yeah? And our fishermen used to claim the whole of Northern Territory. Our fishermen used to, you can still find artifacts from people from Bugis in Darwin, but we don't go around claiming, that the whole of Northern Territory still belongs to Indonesia. If you go to Cambodia, you see in some of the temples, Indonesian links, we don't go saying, Majapahit used to rule here, therefore, we can still claim this. We are now in a new age where there is a law. And law, as you know, the new law supersedes old laws. And we all agree on this. Therefore, stand up and speak for it. And do not be afraid of big powers saying that we don't recognize it, okay? You don't recognize it, but this is our position. And if ASEAN is not willing to speak up when international law is being broken, and if we do not show solidarity to our ASEAN member states who are being bullied and hurt, and then I think ASEAN is in a big trouble. So this is, I'm very, very concerned about how ASEAN is looking at itself in the face and say that, we want ASEAN centrality when ASEAN itself does not pay attention to the centrality. So, do not expect other people to respect us if we do not respect ourselves.
Thank you, Ibu, for bringing this. And then, Ambassador Isi, you can add something, but if I may ask another question to you. In April 2023, Japan launched a new initiative called Official Security Assistance. It is like a new cooperation framework for the benefit of armed force and related organizations of like-minded countries for the purpose of deepening security cooperation. And Indonesia is said to be the second recipient of the Japanese OSA, following the Philippines. So my question is, how do you see the Indonesia's participation in the OSA framework, and how can the framework mutually beneficial?
Okay, before responding to that question, let me raise two quick points. First point is, I think the world has changed. Next year, 2025, which comes within 2 weeks, Japan's GDP will be overtaken by India's. And at the same time, the total GDP of ASEAN region will become bigger than Japan's next year. In 2002, which is 20 years ago, ASEAN GDP was only 16.7% of Japan's GDP. So you have grown, and then Japan stabilized. So I think the world has changed. And then our cooperation needs to reflect that kind of reality. That's first point. Second point is rule of law. I wholeheartedly agree with what you said. And the specific thing ASEAN may as well try to do is to launch the same kind of international arbitration case as the Philippines did in 2013. This is about time to do it, revisit that kind of specific way to sustain the importance of the application of the UNCLOS in the South China Sea. And another element is, the rule of law. Rule of law is very important, but the rule of law sometimes can be interpreted as a rising power as just justifying the status quo, sustained by the status quo power. So I think now we are entering into the new era where the governing role is ruled by majority. I think majority, if the solution is supported by the majority of the international situation, I think that has more legitimacy. So I think ASEAN may as well try to work as a core for creating a majority of the international opinion. And as you said, ASEAN has a legitimacy, ASEAN has a convening power. So I think ASEAN, particularly Indonesia, is best positioned to create international consensus, international majority, which is very important. With the US withdrawing from the international scene, I think there is no longer the governance by fear or governance by force, or governance even by the rule of law. It has to be governance by the majority. So that, and the OSA. I hope OSA, Indonesia will become the second recipient of the OSA. And our intention to come up with the overseas security assistant is what ODA can do is limited. I think in order to achieve a better connectivity, of course, ODA can do a lot of good things. But when it comes to the security-related cooperation, like creating ports, good ports for Navy along the sea land communication, I think ODA cannot be used. So we wanted to come up with the money which can be used for security cooperation. Not only letting recipient countries buy Japanese weapon systems, but also to come up with the infrastructure project that can be used by the military forces or the security forces. So that is the reason why we came up with the OSA, New Overseas Security Assistance. Money is still very limited. It's going to grow, but I hope we can use it wisely. And then how to use it can be discussed. I mean, Japan is not the only country which decides how to use it. I think the usage of that OSA can be decided based upon the consensus reached through the negotiation and consultation with the recipient partner.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Professor Kikuchi, if you want to add something related to the OSA, and if I may add another question, do you think how can cooperation in emerging security domains such as cybersecurity and maritime security be strengthened between Indonesia and Japan?
Yeah, and also, firstly, before
Professor,
that, thank you. I fully supported, ASEAN, the support ASEAN stick to the principle of rule of law. But I feel, ASEAN countries are too much concerned about possible some retaliation from some other countries if ASEAN take, quite strong position on to protect rule of law, especially in the South China Sea issues. But in my, as I mentioned in my previous presentation, ASEAN has a leverage. You have a maneuverability even in the big power politics. So I think you should be more brave enough to speak up to protect your own fundamental principles. So if you otherwise, on the one hand you are saying we are supporting the rule of law, but on the other hand you keep silent. It's a quite big contradiction. So we hope you clearly recognize your own agencies, your own leverages, your own maneuverabilities, even in the big power politics and so forth. And this is also national security. On the Japan, ASEAN, Indonesian cooperation. I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, capacity building is a critical, effort, critical dimension in shaping regional order in the coming years. So I think, Japan, Indonesia should collectively engage in such, the capacity building effort, such kind of, maritime domain awareness project in small island nations in Indian Ocean and also South Pacific Island nation and so forth. We should conduct, some joint project, or, we should develop some joint project to, on the reconstruction in Gaza areas. Japan, Indonesia joint project on reconstructing the villages destroyed in the war in Gaza area and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe before we close our discussion, I would like to ask last question, and also maybe you can add a closing statement to all the three speakers. What priorities should the two nations focus on to promote peace in and outside the Asia-Pacific region? Maybe started with Ambassador Ishii and then later Professor Kikuchi. Also add the closing statement.
I think we have spent the past 45 minutes also to discuss that. So I think there are many things we can do, but we have to stay focused. And I think I take David's point about the United States. I think we should not always do something to get the United States interested. they have to do something to get us interested. And I'm afraid, of course, the United States has been the most important security partner for us because our security is relied on the Japan-US Security Alliance. So the stronger United States is better for us. But and I'm a very strong supporter of Japan-US Security Alliance. But I do see the possibility that the U.S., even though the United States is by far the only superpower in the world at this time, their GDP is still 1.5 bigger than China's. Their defense spending is 2.5 bigger than China's.
Okay.
But their willingness to stay engaged in international scene is in a serious decline, which is not a good news for us. So I think as long as the U.S. is strong enough to defend Japan against whatever threat coming from the region, I think we have reason to stick to our partnership with the United States. And as long as that's true, I think my sense is we put priority to doing something for the United States to come back to the region, because I think there are many things U.S. is not doing. Opening their market is one. I think we've been told what to do to sustain the free trade regime by the United States, but they are doing exactly things against maintaining the free trade system. So I think main sort of opening access to their market, to the U.S. market, has been the strongest leverage they have to get friendship out of global South countries. But they are giving it up voluntarily by themselves. So I think for Japan, I think it still makes sense to maintain the free trade system, I think, which is going to be discussed in the second session, I'm sure. But so there are many things we have to do to keep, well, as you said, keep the United States relevant in the region and relevant in the global scene.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Professor Dewi.
I think for us, speaking from Indonesia and as an ASEAN citizens, our main concerns and priority remains how to ensure regional strategic autonomy and strategic agency for our part of the world to keep our region safe, that when conflicts and so on continue to evolve, when great power rivalry continues to intensify, we need to be able to ensure that our region is safe. Being at the epicenter, sometimes at the eye of the storm, we continue to live in a very dangerous time. But the most important thing that we need is to be agile, and to be able to engage all sides. And for this, the ASEAN unity, ASEAN cohesion, ASEAN capacity remain central to that. So we do not neglect ASEAN and engaging at the policy level. If you look at the ASEAN member states, we have very diverse strategic cultures, but at the strategic ASEAN level, I think we are all hedging. We want to have both. We want to engage with all countries, including with the United States and China. We want to benefit from their investment and their market, but at the same time, we want to mitigate risks, and we each pursue different strategic relations. Indonesia is a non-aligned country. We have free and active foreign policy. Our largest trading partner is China, but the United States is coming very close. Our largest security cooperation partner is the United States, but now Indonesia is also expanding to other areas. But I do not want to overemphasize this great power relationship. I'm very much a supporter of what Amitav Acharya called a multiplex world, where there are many actors in international relations. There are the great powers, of course, but they are not the only actors. There are also major powers, but there are also middle powers. And there are also regional organizations. And in fact, in this multiplex world, this is actually the middle power moment, where there are challenges and opportunities as well. So we in Indonesia, in ASEAN, and in cooperation with other middle powers, which do not have too much real capacity, but what we have is everybody likes us, and we like everybody. And that, so that we are able to engage with many, many partners, and therefore we hope also to be a bridge builder, not to enforce the increasing polarization, but to help in creating the bridge between the various polarized sections.
Thank you. Professor Iju, last word from you.
Yeah, coming years, probably the United States will be a more uncertain powers. But, still, United States is indispensable powers for regional peace and stability in the coming decades. That is out of question. And we are enjoying, we are saying we would enjoy our strategic autonomies. But probably we can maintain the strategic autonomies in the context of U.S. enhanced engagement in the regions. So India clearly understands that logic. So India, they are insisting to maintain strategic autonomies. But India at the same time, that be ensured in the context of further U.S. engagement in Indo-Pacific. So India being enhancing its relation with United States bilaterally and also through multilateral arrangement like quadrilateral security dialogue and so forth. So I think that realities should be more clearly recognized. This is nothing to do with who is president of the United States. Even President Trump is a president, unpredictable president. We need U.S. engagement in the regions. Now, I myself, I am convinced U.S. will keep engaged in the region in the coming years and decades. But their, engagement will be, how U.S. engage in the region will be, largely defined how regional countries do ourselves. And if we regional countries do more for regional public goods or public interest, probably we keep U.S. engaged in the regions. So United States are quite, they have still huge stakes in the Pacific regional affairs, but they are not ready to share the burden, all the burden to, sustain the regional orders. It's totally different from the previous decades. So it depends on how we behave in the coming years. So we, Japan, we clearly understand that logic. So we are doing more to keep U.S. engaged in the regions. And we fully understand our strong bilateral relation with the United States will contribute not only to peace and stability of Japan, but also in the Pacific as a whole, including Southeast Asian regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all speakers for the enlightening discussion. Please give another round of applause to Ambassador Ishii, Professor Dewi, and Professor Kikuchi. And let us now begin the Q&A session. But let me remind you, please keep your questions or comments brief and concise so to allow other participants to take the floor as well. Please state your name and affiliations and to whom your question be addressed. So I would like to open the first Q&A session for 3 questions. Maybe Ambassador Sumadi, and then Mr. of there, and then the girl behind. Yeah, but
very briefly, we are talking about peace and stability, and we have to discuss a lot of things. But one problem that gave me apprehension, and I'm very worried, is the question of Taiwan. We have problem of South China Sea. We have problem of East China Sea. We have problem of India, China. I don't think that it will lead to war. But when it comes to Taiwan, I'm afraid the danger is real. I would like to see how Japan and perhaps Indonesia position on this, and how any idea to prevent that the worst will come to the worst. Thank you.
Sorry, Ambassador Sumadi, do you specifically want to address the question to Ambassador Ishii or maybe Ibu Dewi? Oh, okay. And then Pak yang ada di sana, silakan.
Thank you very much for giving me the question. I think I want to ask for
Sorry,
Ambassador.
can you mention the name and affiliation first?
My name is Matias Indrayana. I'm doing a research on the deteriorating democracy in some part of Indonesia. I think you mentioned about how Indonesia is gonna help Filipina. There is a Manila, dialogue, and Japan say that it's going to continue every years, and there is a trilateral between U.S., Japan, and Filipina. But this Philippines is the treaty country of U.S., while Indonesia is not a treaty country of U.S. How does this line of communication, when it comes to Indonesia, Professor Dewi say, Coast Guard Indonesia, we only have 7 when in Natuna when there is any survey, and we're using from the east side of Coast Guard and to help that. How does that capacity building when it comes to the Coast Guard? Because in Philippines, like Japan really helped in the Coast Guard, academy. But how about Indonesia wants to voice out the UNCLOS, wants to voice out maybe the gray zone warfare, because some of university, they are not war, but they are not even conflict, but they just coercive, something like that. Makasih.
Thank you, and last question, Mbak yang di belakang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Yani. I am retired from government company. Sorry if my English is not good, but I try the best. Maybe for Mr. Ambassador and Professor, is Japan interested because Japan has fabric vehicles in Indonesia like Toyota, Mitsubishi, Isuzu and others, maybe Japan interested to have the spare part company in Indonesia. For the light spare part vehicles.
Mbak, sorry, this question is related to political and security. Maybe you can.
Sorry, political and security,
Yeah,
not economy.
you can,
sorry,
focus the question
I just
on-
let. Is it possible if education? It is political also. Education. The policy of education. I have 2 questions. One is education, but education.
It will be discussed in the next session.
Oh, I see. The next session have this.
Yeah, it's
okay.
economic and social.
Education. Okay.
If you have another question related to political and security.
Not yet. Thank you very much.
So I will take another one question.
Yeah, thank you.
Mas yang di sana. Mas yang baju hitam, silakan.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alpha Janseran. I'm from Eastern Nusa Tenggara Province, and I am a lecturer in Nusa Cendana University. So I have a question here. So the question is related to ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific in the middle of a global competition, particularly between the United States and China. So my question would be, is the collaborative framework offered by the EOPI sufficient to address these geopolitical pressures, and how can Indonesia and Japan, how can Indonesia and Japan continues to strengthen their diplomatic influence to promote regional stability without aligning with either major power? Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I will allow Ambassador Ishii to answer the question first, and then later Ibu Dewi, and then Professor Kikuchi.
Okay, I'll mainly touch upon the first and second question. First question, Ambassador Sumadi's question, how can we prevent the Taiwan contingency from happening? I think the reason why Xi Jinping is sticking to the reunification of Taiwan is that that gives him the most the strongest and ultimate legitimacy for Chinese Communist Party rule. So I think for Xi Jinping, I think maintaining the Chinese Communist Party's dominance has been the most important objective. So bad news is that means he can never give it up, give the reunification, and he can never give up the use of force if necessary. But the good news is, what if they fail? If they fail, that may trigger the end of the Chinese Communist Party. So I think Xi Jinping will become very careful in doing so. If he sees a possibility of failure, even though it's a very minimum, I think he thinks twice before doing it. So that's where we work on. So our job is Japan's job and the United States' job. Task is to give Xi Jinping the impression that we have strengths enough to create a small possibility of failure if they start doing it. That's what we are doing. We are doing it solely from a defensive purpose, objective. So, and the second element is Xi Jinping needs to understand why we are doing it, and needs to understand that there's an element of possibility of failure. So I think strategic communication between Xi Jinping himself and Ishiba and others is crucial. So I think more summit meetings are better. So I think by doing so, we have a fair chance to stop it from happening. We have a better chance of stopping it from happening than the chance we had in stopping Russia from invading into Ukraine. Because Ukraine is, it's a bloody war, but Ukraine is strategic, from strategic perspective of Russia, it's nothing. Even if he fails in Ukraine, it doesn't destroy the political foundation of Putin. So the situation is completely different. So all in all, if we can create a sense in the mind of President Xi Jinping himself that there is a possibility of failure, we have a fair chance to stop it from happening. That's why I didn't cite Taiwan as the most critical and pressing crisis in the region. Second issue is how can we support the Philippines? Yeah? I think a few weeks ago, I think Philippine Coast Guard, as well as the National Security Council, organized some conference among Coast Guards in the region, as well as in European countries, in Japan, Korea, and others. I think that's one thing we need to keep on doing. Because, as I said in my first presentation, the most important thing, or what we want to see from Indonesia and the Philippines at the time of the Taiwan crisis, is to keep the sea land communication safe and open. It's critical. And I think during a peaceful time, we may as well try, we mean Japan can do it with the help of the United States, but if Taiwan contingency is going on at the same time, we are a little bit tied down. Huh? So we need support from Indonesia and the Philippines. So organizing some kind of regular joint exercise among Philippine Coast Guard, Bakamla, Singaporean Coast Guard, as well as some presence of the European Coast Guard in and around the sea land communication, particularly in Selber's Sea, is very important for capacity building, as well as to give the impression to China that we are more ready to deal with the situation. So that's going to be very, very important.
You want to answer the question?
Yeah. I think first we have to understand that when it comes to the Taiwan issue, that's a red line for China. So every party has a responsibility. For the United States also, if China attacks Taiwan, then it is also a red line because it is also had a Taiwan act. It will be forced to take action. And frankly, despite all the noises, I don't think either China or the United States really want to go to war with each other because it's a no-winners. You know, when superpowers go to war physically with each other, this is not going simply to be a proxy war. This is going to be head-to-head. Both will lose and the whole region will lose. So for us, continuing to ask for restraint from China is important. But at the same time, it is also important to ensure that Taiwan doesn't behave irresponsibly and declare independence. Because if Taiwan declares independent, Ambassador, then Beijing, even if it doesn't want to, it will have to act. Otherwise, it will lose face. It will lose credibility. So in this case, all sides need to behave very responsibly. But for us in the region, for Indonesia, for the Philippines, and so on, our concern is not only about the geostrategic issues. We have more than 300,000 Indonesians living in Taiwan who have to be protected and who have to be rescued. And if the lines of communication are disrupted, we are going to be in great trouble. Therefore, it is not simply an academic exercise for Indonesia and for ASEAN countries to continue to call on all sides to ensure restraint. But on the other hand, I'm connected to Taiwan. My son-in-law is Taiwanese. And I visited Taiwan a number of times. When we in the conference talk about the concerns about security challenges in Taiwan, the Taiwanese don't seem to be too worried. And this is very different because from Russia to Ukraine. The Russians invaded the Ukraine and didn't seem to mind destroying Ukraine. But the Taiwanese said, if we are Chinese, why should our motherland destroy us and kill us? Why should they destroy the golden goose? Because Taiwan is supposed to be a very precious part of China. So why would, China kill it? But what Taiwan has the most important asset, which the whole world depends on, it is the center of superconductor factory. If you destroy that, you destroy the whole, world in terms of the whole world is dependent on that. So they're also using this, but we hope that politically they're also responsible. When it comes to Coast Guard, Japan has a very important role to play in assisting capacity building. But also I agree that Indonesia, when it chaired ASEAN, for the first time organized an ASEAN Coast Guard exercise. At the moment, there is no ASEAN Coast Guard dialogue at the official level yet, in the way that there is an ASEAN defense ministers dialogue, and then various regular ASEAN dialogues at the military level. Now, I think it is a very good idea, for the Coast Guards to develop its ASEAN institution, and also to carry out, I agree very much that the littoral states of the South China Sea should strengthen their joint patrols, joint exercises, not just the Navy, but also the Coast Guards. And IOP, I think that was the intention of IOP, It is not simply about having maritime cooperation or SDG cooperation, or economic cooperation, or a connectivity connection for their own goods, because they're goods in themselves, but that they are supposed to serve a strategic purpose, i.e. to create a vehicle for trust building. So a lot more thought needs to be done by ASEAN. As I said, that's why it should not simply be left to the sectors to do this. It should be done at the political security level. What are the areas which would have the leverage that would not only serve a good in itself, but also create an area for trust building among the relevant players. And here, it is important to engage the United States and China and Japan and the other dialogue partners. So ASEAN needs to sit down more seriously about this. And here, the role of Indonesia as the one that proposed this is very important. But we need to have ASEAN ownership. It should not be seen that this is an Indonesian idea, therefore other ASEAN countries don't take ownership. So we need we need to, particularly with the maritime Southeast Asia, with Singapore, with Malaysia, Brunei, the Philippines, and Vietnam, the one that have a real stakes in the Indo-Pacific, also with Thailand. Some of the mainland countries, landlocked countries like Laos, for example, is probably less invested in it. But the countries that have maritime concerns, they need to sit down together and really think about this. What strategic ways, can IOP be implemented?
Thank you, Professor Dewi. And Professor Kikuchi, you want to add something to answer the question?
Yeah, on AOIP, ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Now, international project, how to implement the 4 pillars of AOIP are underway, between the Japan and Indonesian cooperation. And the Dino-san's Institute, Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, is now headquarters of that international project. This is inviting not only Japan, Indonesia, but also all ASEAN member countries and also US, Australia, and India, Korea, China, and also European participants. So I think we could produce some substantial report how to implement on the AOIP in the coming years. And in that context, I'm thinking we have to be careful not to frame AOIP in the context of U.S.-China competitions. Of course, U.S.-China competition is quite serious in the Pacific. But it's not the full story of the Indo-Pacific. We have a variety of challenges, nothing to do with the U.S.-China competitions. So we have to tackle those problems. No, that is quite important. Of course, we take U.S.-China competition into our own due consideration. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Kikuchi, do you want to add something about the Taiwan, the question from Ambassador Sumadi? Okay. So we have another 15 minutes for the Q&A session. I will open the second term. 3 questions. Okay, maybe Mas yang di sebelah sana, and then later here, and then here. Yang di belakang dulu boleh?
Check. Okay. Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Imam from Plastic Pay. I have a question from the panelists. For the regional security cooperation, how can Indonesia and Japan strengthen their bilateral security cooperation to address shared security challenges in the Indo-Pacific region, such as maritime security and counter-terrorism? Thank you very much.
And then second question, Mas ini silakan.
My name is Refa Kaftari from Blue Pets Lab. My question is going to be concise to Ibu Dewi Furtan Anwar. What is the Indonesian new admin's appetite to use silence of communication as a leverage to negotiate with powers, especially with Japan, in the case of crisis in Taiwan and South China Sea? Especially, there used to be like discussions among the policy. Blue Pats Lab. Sorry. There used to be discussions among the policy circles regarding whether that we need to blockade this lines of communication in the times of crisis. So, what will be the Indonesian's new admin's appetite in case if there is any crisis? Will Indonesia use these lines of communications as a leverage with other powers, whether to fully blockade or allow certain countries to access the sea lines of communication? Thank you.
And then last question. Sorry, Mas Sansan duluan.
Thank you very much. My name is Haikal. I'm from Universitas Indonesia. I want to ask primarily to Prof. Dewi. Regarding the recent MOU that was signed between Indonesia and PRC, I want to ask, what is the impact of such action towards the dynamics of the South China Sea dispute among ASEAN's member states, such as Vietnam and also Philippines? And I would also like to ask to Ambassador Ishii and also Professor Kikuchi about what Japan's perspective on this recent dynamics about the South China Sea disputes. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe about the South China Sea dispute, about the Japan. Yeah. Okay, maybe I will allow Professor Kikuchi first to take the floor to answer the question, and then later will be closed by Ambassador Isi.
Yeah, now, on the South China Sea issues, I think, probably more than 10 years ago, ASEAN could do more, to moderate, tension over South China Sea. But now, South China Sea issues becoming more and more serious issues in big power politics. So I hope, ASEAN do more, but, I'm not so optimistic about, ASEAN's engagement in South China Sea issues. And, but even so, I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, if ASEAN, want to keep its own centrality in regional architectures, ASEAN should say something, to protect your own basic fundamental principle of peaceful resolution of disputes, in the regions. This is a fundamental principle to be maintained by ASEAN member countries. So I think Indonesia, are the big powers in ASEAN, member countries, should pursue the other member countries to accept the importance of, taking common position on that South China Sea issue. Especially, one is, of course, the supporting the, arbitration, the, 2016's arbitration, the decisions is proposed by, the Philippines and, the arbitration decision already done. And other non-ASEAN countries are supporting the decisions. And I think, I hope ASEAN countries also fully support that one. That is, that is a part of the exercising ASEAN's agencies. Thank you.
And Professor Kichi, you want to address a question about how to strengthen bilateral security cooperation on counterterrorism, the first question?
Oh, I'm not the expert on the counterterrorism, issues. But I think, Japan has been engaged in a variety of the, defense-related cooperation with neighboring countries, this, for last several years. So the part, of course, it's quite small, steps to, engage in defense or security. Japan, Indonesia could jointly engage some, I'll say, law enforcement, enhancing law enforcement, the capacity of the small countries, especially small island countries in the Pacific nation. That could contribute to respond to some, the terrorist activities in small island countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Dewi, please.
Yeah, on strengthening the security cooperation, there are so many different areas. The relationship between Indonesia and Japan, it's to be that, Japan is in a position to assist in terms of capacity building, but the experience of doing counterterrorism, that's Indonesia's, with our experience, has also been quite extensive there. So there are bilateral cooperation that can help Indonesia's capacity and also help ASEAN capacity, but I think there are also bilateral cooperation where we can also share our knowledge elsewhere as well. And the intelligence community is paying close attention to what is happening in Syria. The foreign terrorist fighters are there. Whether, jihadis are looking at this in a different way as well. So whatever happens in the Middle East always have huge impact internationally, particularly in the region where we are the world's largest Muslim majority country. So we need to pay close attention. I don't know what's going to happen yet, but this is something that we need to give attention. And as generations of experts retire, the Bali bombing happened quite a long time ago, over 13 years ago. We need to continue to develop our capacity as well. And Japan, I think, has always been an important partner for us, as well as in the defense area, where Indonesia wants to diversify its industrial military relationship. We want to develop our own industrial military complex as well. With Japan, when it comes to the military, it's still a bit awkward. Maybe it's easier to work on the Coast Guard rather than the military to military one. But there are certainly certain areas. I think the important question about strategic communication in terms of crisis, that is an important question. At the end of the day, relations between countries are relations between individuals, and particularly the top leaders. And especially as new leaders come along, Japan also has a new leader, Indonesia has a new leader, the US has a new leader. Well, China and Russia still have old leaders. South Korea, we don't know what's going to happen, you know. But within ASEAN, there are also new leaders. Having interpersonal relationship is important. Developing the personal rapport is important. The ability to pick up the phone and to say, you know, what is going on, and to inform each other and to always be in constant dialogue with each other is very important. So I really appreciate President Prabowo making the time to visit so many countries before he was inaugurated, inviting so many leaders personally, and all of these leaders came. And then he's also done a lot of visits. That personal touch is important because when it's a faceless bureaucracy, you never know whether you talk to a machine or an AI, you know. But when you talk to leaders, sometimes a lot of those conversations should not be published. So there's a lot of noise quite often outside, and particularly in social media. So it is very important, I think, that, you know, the strategic communication is developed very closely. That happened during the time when Southeast Asia was led by leaders who were there for years. They knew each other really well. So that personal trust was very important in ensuring peace and stability. When we had a lot of new leaders in ASEAN during the transition period, you know, there's a lot of problem within ASEAN because we didn't really trust each other, we didn't really know each other. So even within ASEAN, you know, leaders needed to build trust with each other, as well as, of course, with other foreign leaders. So yeah, foreign policy at the end of the day are done by people, and the people need to talk to each other, they need to get to know each other. On Indonesia-China joint statement, we know the controversy that's been created about the text that talk about overlapping claims. The Indonesian Foreign Ministry has been quick to issue a statement that, you know, that does not change Indonesia's position about UNCLOS. We do not have overlapping claims with China and so on. But it is not sufficient for the Foreign Ministry to issue a press release. I think it is also very important for the Indonesian government to reassure our ASEAN partners. I have received texts from colleagues in ASEAN, you know, what does it mean? Is Indonesia making a separate deal, abandoning ASEAN, and so on? So it is very important that our president, our foreign minister visit ASEAN countries and reassure them that, you know, we are solid. But at the same time, there needs to be a breakthrough also. The joint development should be done at the ASEAN level as well. Not just bilateral, but we can create joint development involving multiple stakeholders within the South China Sea, and then continuing to push for the code of conduct that is consistent with UNCLOS. Don't do a code of conduct that is inconsistent with UNCLOS. Yeah? And then at the bilateral level, we should encourage each of the ASEAN member states that have problem with China also to open a line of communication. Because it is not sufficient only to have communication at the regional level. So at the end of the day, relationship is done bilaterally, but the strategic ASEAN relationship can assist. And then, you know, and I do hope that, you know, there's certain breakthrough that can be made, but without compromising our position regarding international law, particularly UNCLOS 1982. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Dewi. And last one, Ambassador Isi, please.
Maybe one more minute. So South China Sea issue, I think I agree with almost everything Debbie said. And I think it's about time to talk about specific cooperation rather than talking about general principles. Code of conduct is very important, but it's a general principle that doesn't stop the specific conflict from happening. So I think separate from that overlapping claim thing, I think joint development is a good thing in relation to fishery, as well as the development of energy resources. So it has to be ASEAN-wide. I agree with you completely in that regard. And future of Japan-Indonesia cooperation, new area can be defense industry cooperation. I think now that President Prabowo, who used to be the defense minister, is in presidential position. When he was a defense minister, I was here, and then we talked about the possibility of defense industry cooperation. And with the beginning of the move of capital, as well as the COVID, I think the budget ran out. So we didn't reach to that position, but I think it's about time to come back to that defense industry cooperation, which is very, very important. And last, but this is my last word. I think we understand that you put in your importance on the strategic autonomy, but you need to realize that in a couple of decades, you will become one of the superpowers. You will be no longer the middle power. You will be a superpower. So you will be part of the strategic competition. So you need to realize that that is the future of Indonesia. So you need to sort of take that into consideration when you work on the present policy, because you will be a superpower. Japan will not be a superpower. So.
Wonderful. So thank you very much, Ambassador Masafumi Isi, Ibu Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, and Professor Sutomu Kikuchi. Let's give another round of applause to our speakers. Thanks to FPCI for inviting me to moderate this session, and thanks to the audience for your participation in this session. Don't forget to join our second session on enhancing the partnership between Japan and Indonesia in the economic sector. I will now return the floor to MC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucia. We invite all the panelists, also Ms. Lucia as a moderator, to take a group picture together in front of the table. Correct. Also, Pak Dino to join us on stage.
Yes. All right. 1, 2, 3. Give us your best smiles. Yeah.
Once again, please give a round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Lucia, Ambassador Masafumi, Professor Dewi, and Professor Kikuchi.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has now come for the lunch break. So please enjoy the luncheon receptions. Food has been served at the foyer just outside of this room. Please kindly return here in about an hour as we will begin the second session at 1:30 p.m. Once again, please be back here at 1:30 p.m. Thank you and have a nice break.
Cik. 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 Ada. Cik. Oke. Cik. 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 Ada.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our conference, so please return to your seat.
Good afternoon. To those of you who are still outside of this room, please return to your seats as we begin the second session shortly. Once again, for those of you who are still outside of this room, please return to your seats as we begin the second session shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our conference. Those who are still outside the conference room, please enter the room and return to your seat. Thank you.
Welcome, Ambassador. Itu dah. Mulai. Oke.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch. We will now move forward to the second session on Partners for Co-Creation of Economy.
The session will be moderated by Ms. Dayunirma Amurwanti, faculty member of the International Relations Department at BINUS University. So without further ado, I am pleased to invite Ms. Dayunirma Amurwanti to the floor. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. Welcome to the second session. We're going to shift gears and we'll talk about co-creation from the economic point of view. And without further ado, now let me call upon and invite our speakers for today. First, I would like to invite Mr. Hayakawa Yuho, Director General, Southeast Asia Pacific Department of JICA. Welcome, sir. And second, I would like to invite Bapak Bobby Wahyu Hernawan, Director of Center for Climate Finance and Multilateral Policy, Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Welcome. Third, I would like to invite Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, Dean and Managing Director, Area School of Government. Welcome, sir. And last but not least, the most beautiful out of the panel, Dr. Lilian Ng, Secretary General of International Economic Association, or IEA. Welcome, Dr. Lily. Oh, she's not here yet. Oh, she's, okay. Probably we'll wait a couple of minutes after Dr. Lily is here. Yes, okay. While we're waiting for Dr. Lily to arrive and join us at the panel, let me begin perhaps with a question to, okay, now she's here. We need to have a warm round of applause for Dr. Lily. I'm sure some of us are great fans of her work, so welcome, Dr. Lily. So for the first section of this panel, I will have more general questions to all of our distinguished panelists. This is basically perhaps to update us or for you to share what is your impression on the cooperation between Indonesia and Japan. What is there to expect? How do you envision this to also evolve in the future? So let me start with you. Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's really, great pleasure and honor for me to be here, be a part of this session. Actually, this is first trip to Jakarta after 12 years. So, the changes of the society and the economy was, really, really impressive. Before that, I was a frequent traveler to Jakarta, but it was really amazing. But probably younger generation do not know well about, the atmosphere, 12 years or 13 years ago. Or in Indonesia, for example, you have now MRT already, but at that time, the majority.
Did you try the MRT?
Not yet, not
Not
but
yet.
Tomorrow,
Okay.
tomorrow. Yeah. But at the time, the people, most people, not most, but many people in Indonesia are not very, sure about the viability, feasibility of the construction of MRT system. But the reality, in reality, Jakarta, people in Jakarta, people in Indonesia overcame these challenges, very easily. And so actually, this country has a great potential, but the great potential is now, changing into the reality very quickly. JICA is very much proud of working together with Indonesia. Of course, Indonesia is one of our most important partners, as well as the longest standing and the time-tested partner for us. Our cooperation started from 1954, under our aggregated amount of support to Indonesia already exceeded 600 trillion rupiah. So it's huge collaboration already made. But what I'd like to focus here is actually Japanese development cooperation. JICA's development cooperation has been nurtured in Indonesia, nurtured in our cooperation with Indonesia. So we developed many instruments, new instruments, but they are somehow invented through the collaboration with Indonesian people. And we also, every time we confirmed the importance of the ownership of the Indonesian people and the importance of people-to-people connection. And now you have a new administration, proper administration, and so far, even up to now, JICA has collaborated with Indonesia in some key policy areas proposed by the current administration. For example, let's say food security or disaster management. For example, the Abrantes River flood management, irrigation projects, fishery, port development, etc. Even in outer islands as well. Under health, under nutrition, we have been working together with Indonesian authorities to develop maternal or child health care and nutrition issues. And the human resource development is another example, higher education sector. And the urban issues have been our center of our focus. For example, the infrastructure, MRT, road, water, port, etc., etc. And now Indonesia is already became a upper middle income country. And Provo administration is now seeking for a very high growth direction. Now the role of Indonesia international role of Indonesia is expanding very well. And actually the international status of the country is also upgraded. So under the accession to OECD, that movement is a great initiative for the country. Under climate, digital, etc. So there are so many changes going on here. Then I think Japan and the Indonesian cooperation and the economic relationship has been also changing together with the change of the international environment. In 2050, Indonesian GDP will be larger than Japan's. So in the previous session, in their very great discussion in the previous session, there are arguments about the future role of Indonesia and the current role of Indonesia and the ASEAN as well. So, but the Indonesian presence will be getting larger and larger and larger than Japan in near future. So, but still, I believe that there will be no change in Japan-Indonesia partnership, which supplement each other. In that sort of changes, we are also practitioner of development cooperation, but even from the perspective of development cooperation, we are thinking that our collaboration, our partnership should change. For example, JICA, for example, should not be a simple provider of technology or funding. Instead of just a simple provision of funding, we need to be a catalyst. So we need to be a catalyst or be a sort of opportunity provider to trigger the changes and attract resources from private sector, researchers, etc. And the two-way cooperation, of course. Now, Japan and JICA is learning many things from Indonesian side through our collaboration. So this is another aspect. We have a lot of things to learn mutually. And third is South-South cooperation. So we are now working together with the Indonesian aid as well as the Foreign Ministry of Indonesia. So there are many the room to work. So or maybe I took too much. So
That's okay,
maybe
yeah.
In the following question,
Yes,
I will talk more.
yes,
Thank you.
we can explore that further. Thank you. Now to Pak Bobby Wahyu, we have heard that now Indonesia is growing more confident as a middle-income country. Perhaps the cooperation and relations between the two countries are also evolving and different. So how do you see this, Pak Bobby?
Well, thank you, Bu Dayu, Ibu Moderator, and very good afternoon to all of us. Firstly, maybe because I have been briefed that I would like to talk about the OECD first and then also the cooperation between Indonesia and Japan. Let me briefly address the journey of Indonesia and OECD relationship. First, of course, we are all aware that OECD is an international standard setting body that has a strong knowledge on data analysis, best practices on public policy. So OECD has a very, very strong, important global roles in addressing global challenges. Between Indonesia and OECD, we already have a close cooperation, at least in the last 2 decades. Since 2007, Indonesia has been part of a key partner for OECD with other emerging economies. So 2007 Indonesia is a key partner of OECD. And also, as mentioned by colleagues from JICA, following the robust economic growth in Southeast Asia region, OECD and Japan developed closer cooperation by what we call establishing what we call OECD Southeast Asia Regional Program, or SEARP, in 2014. So this cooperation between OECD and Japan aim to strengthen regional integration and connectivity and to support domestic reform priorities in the region and bring closer all the countries to OECD bodies and also instruments. And with that, Indonesia and Japan become the co-chair of SEARP since 2014 up to 2017. So it's also very important role for Indonesia and Japan in navigating this cooperation in the regional context. So Other things that Indonesia itself with OECD has a, what we call a joint work program or JWP since 2012. So with joint work program between Indonesia and OECD since 2012, we have a strong ties with OECD, a lot of working together, strengthen the reform and everything. Up to in the last one in 2022, we have already signed the 4th joint work program. That's from 2022 up to 2025. And then the latest one that you most probably heard that in July 2023, Indonesia or the government of Indonesia submitted what we call intention to become the OECD member. That's in July 2023, last year. So after the series of discussion, on 29 March 2024, this year, the OECD Council that comprises of 38 OECD members finally agree and adopted what we call the roadmap for the OECD accession process for Indonesia. So basically, in this very historical moment, 29 March 2024, the OECD Council, 38 members countries, adopted our roadmap. So that's the brief discussion about the story Indonesia, Japan, OECD. And now, we are, toward the end of this year, we are preparing what we call initial memorandum. It's like a self-assessment of a country to be submitted to the OECD Secretariat, what we have achieved and how is the compliance with the OECD legal instrument. So this is currently happening and we are toward end of 2024. That's the target. Hopefully we can meet the target that we will submit what we call initial memorandum very soon. And if we can make the target, the initial memorandum by end of this year, we'll start next year, we will entering the process what we call technical review. Maybe it could take multiple years. It's if you look at the history of other members, it took 3 to 7 years, 10 years. So it's quite a long process as well. So we will entering technical reviews, inshallah, starting next year. And then we are quite, have a strong belief that Indonesia in the last 20 years has what we call had a structural reform. So with this reform and the ongoing reform, we are quite confident that Indonesia could somehow comply most of the OECD standard or in legal instrument. So that's my opening statement and we will follow up the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me go to Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa. What do you think of the strategic cooperation between the two countries, especially if we talk about trade and economic development in general?
Hi. Thank you very much, Ibu Dayu, and thank you very much, Ibu Dayu, for the introduction, and thank you so much for FPCI, especially Patino, for inviting me here. Before I go to the strategic one, let me just touch upon today's theme. It's about co-creation, because I think it hasn't been well publicized yet enough. And I have to say, I myself is the product of co-creation. I'm born in Japan, but my life has been nourished here in Indonesia. So it's I myself is an inseparable product of both Japan. so it's very hard for me to talk on one side, but I'll try my best to talk on, at least I think in here, maybe I have to talk about the Japanese side. Let me give you some background of this concept of co-creation, because I was part of the discussion leading up to last year's Japan-ASEAN Summit. We had a committee over more than a year and a half, how to coin or how to conceptualize the way that Japan and Southeast Asia has to reshape the relationship. Why is it co-creation? It's very simple. It was the question, what was the right question we should ask, especially within the government or G2G relationship? Is it about the geopolitics? Is it about economic development? Maybe not anymore. The real question was, what kind of society you want to build? So it was about society, right? In the end, you have economic policy, you have strategic strategies. But in the end, that all caters to the style of society you want to build. And who do you want to do that with? And that's the very, very fundamental question. And when we were discussing that question,
at least in Japan, we found Southeast Asia, and especially Indonesia, one of the most reliable partners to go forward. That's where this word of co-creation has become. Because if you use the word like, the old concept like connectivity. Connectivity, you don't use this concept to build society, right? Connectivity is more an analytic tool, or maybe a kind of an economic integration target, or like win-win, right? This is a solution, not necessarily a vision. It's more of a transactional tactic, right? So this concept like connectivity, win-win, was not enough anymore. So we had to think about it. So that's why we're co-creation. How do we do that? Okay, let me first say why Indonesia was very important. It's very obvious. When we design a society, there are so many commonality with Indonesia between Japan. 1, democracy. 2, archipelago. 3, maritime. Archipelago, maritime, maybe it's the same topic. Decentralized form of government. So you have all these fundamentals that shape the society that we see in common. And that's where we have to start our public policy discussions from. We don't start talking about, the economic trend or geopolitical trend. We talk from our grassroots conditions. And if we talk about grassroots condition, it was a very natural partnership between Japan and Indonesia, that we have to trust each other to co-create because we have so much in common. Common is not only about our strength, but also our challenges, right? So, we share the challenges, we share the strength, and that's where we created the word co-creation. Let me give you one example. From there, what do we do? So co-creation is not something that, a static concept. It's a more dynamic. So we kind of acknowledge something that it is like, say, under-acknowledged or underappreciated, and make those underappreciated, under-knowledged to create something for the future. The first challenge we're doing is more of a scientific approach. So it's not about just political cooperation or economic cooperation, but a lot of science and tech cooperation. Because if you look at the global structure, in the end, geopolitics, economy, it's about science and technology, right? So how do we create one rather than we try to avoid politics of, trying to seek for neutrality? We have to create one. Right now we're focusing on, I'm happy to announce a lot of cooperation, like say biotechnology. So in Japan, we have a foundation called JST to promote science and technology cooperation. And there is an Indonesia-focused cooperation program, especially on biotech. I can tell you for 90 minutes or so what exactly it is. But, like for example, I'll give you one. Like say, let's create a smart cell together with Japan and Indonesia. Because we have so much of biodiversity and a lot of biotechnology that we have in common, like fermentalization. So we have like the rhizopus, rhizopus is like a jamur tempe, So we have to unlock the potential of jamur tempe, for example. Let's co-create together with this one because, it's not necessarily an agriculture product, but it could be a pharmaceutical, it could be engineering. You can spread this throughout the field, and this could solve a lot of social problems as well. So these are the concept of co-creation, that we are not just doing integration, or we're not doing just transactional win-win. We're actually creating a society together from what we have been underappreciated, underdeveloped. So we have to have a partnership. So that's the kind of background and the mission that we wanted to convey through this concept of co-creation. Yeah, let me stop here.
Thank you very much. I think he also deserves a round of applause. It's also the common value that binds both societies together and that basically provides a common purpose for this co-creation. Now let me go to Dr. Lilian Ng. I believe that you have a presentation on how Indonesia and Japan should work together or co-create in present and the future.
Thank you, Dr. Dayu. Excellency, ambassadors, ministers, counselors, business representatives, colleagues, thank you so much for having me today. I just would like to highlight in terms of co-creation's economy, it has to be based on mutual respect and trust. And let me start by sharing with you 3 simple observations. Next, if we see over the last centuries of the development, developed countries, grouped as G7 countries, used to be the major players in terms of economic and governance. After 1970s, developed countries have relinquished their powers to emerging economies. China, South Korea, India, and Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, Thailand, and other emerging economies. They have relinquished their powers in terms of key 4 main economic matrices: global or GDP, gross development, the output, total output, manufacturing value added, trade, and investments. Next, despite the current US-China geopolitical, trade, technology, strategic industries, and national security tensions, multilateral trading partners has not been functioning well, and other issues in the world. Southeast Asia has cemented itself. It will be the 4th largest economy in the world this year, recording a GDP of 4.13 trillion US dollar. Southeast Asia in 2023 contributed 4.7% of manufacturing value added, 7.4% of global trade. Southeast Asia was the host of 17% of global foreign direct investments inflows. And gradually, but surely, Southeast Asia has cemented itself as key trading partners for major economies. So it's not only they are important for Southeast Asia has becoming important for major economies. In 2023, we are the largest trading partner for China, the 2nd largest trading partner for Japan, 3rd largest trading partners for Korea, and the 4th largest trading partners for US. Next, this is related directly to Indonesia-Japan. We have 50 years of bilateral relations. So as economists, we don't see quarterly or monthly or yearly. We see the overall bilateral relations. As we can see here, Japan was used to be main trading and investment partners for Southeast Asia, including for Indonesia. It increased its roles in the 1970s, in 1980s, up reaching the peak in 1990s. But after 1990s, this is something that is a homework for all of us here today. If we see the left-hand side is trade, the right-hand side is foreign direct investments. Japan shares to Indonesia's trade has been declining from around 35% in 1990. Now it's only 6.5% in 2023. The right-hand side is foreign direct investments. The story is the same. Japan used to be the major foreign direct investments in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. But then its role has been declining from 45% of Indonesia total FDI in 1990. Now it's declining to 6.9% in 2024. What's really going on between Indonesia and Japan, and how can we improve our partnership The key is on mutual respect and trust. That's something that we have been missing so far. And for the detailed discussions, we're going to continue after the break. Thank you.
Thank you, but you're kind of leave us hanging in there, you know, like you need mutual trust and respect, and next we will explore further. But with that, let me go to you, Mr. Hayakawa Yuho. Dr. Lilian Ing says that there's now competition, yeah, with other strategic partners, big economy. So how do you think we should go forward? What are the new emerging things, themes, or ways of working together?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not easy question, to be honest, but I think one thing that I have been feeling is, the economic relationship between Indonesia and Japan became in a sense, too natural for both of us. I mean, we have had a sort of long-standing and broad various, the partnership for a long time. So it became natural for both of us. So we need to have a sort of, opportunity to move to the new phase of the partnership. That is one thing. But on the other hand, the world is changing. Technologies, business models are also rapidly changing. But on the other hand, for example, the new technologies or new business, such as the Gojek type, the mobile application system, that sort of business model is well advanced than Japan. So actually, Japanese people have to notice that the new opportunities are already there, so that is one thing. So we need to be aware of those changes. And in addition, another issue is for Indonesia. I think it's very important to open. It's important for Indonesia to have a sort of open and transparent and stable economic policies and business environment, so that the global players, industries, including Japan, can have a closer collaboration with Indonesian industries, so that the mutual learning process would be further enhanced. If we look back the history of Indonesian economic development, always the stability has been a sort of basis for steady growth and development. So without the predictability, stability, transparency, the growth might be hindered. So for stronger economic partnership between the two countries, I think that sort of stable and confident business environment, investment environment provided by, I think, both countries would be very much important.
Thank you. Now let me go to Pa Bobby Wahyu. We're talking about the new administration's priorities. One of them is basically greater emphasis on green economy and development. And Japan has been a strong supporter of Indonesian climate finance, sustainable development, including in energy transition. So can you share the cooperation between the two countries in this regard?
Thank you, Bu Dayu, and all colleagues. And so in addressing this question, between Indonesia and Japan, we do have a long-standing partnership and kind of co-creation, yeah, in terms of partnership between Indonesia and Japan. So when we are talking about the climate finance, this is a kind of a very popular term at this stage, yeah, green economy, sustainable development goals. So let me start with what Indonesia has so far. That when we are talking about the climate finance, we can start with the energy transition and renewable energy potential, because this is one of the two sectors that also contribute deeply to our CO2 emission. So Indonesia has a potential become the producers of renewable energy potential, but somehow we need to work very hard to achieve this, to untap this potential. And with Japan, we do understand that Japan already have a lot of financing offer or proposal to Indonesia. One of things that I had in my data here is what we call Japan's clean energy investment. So this is Japan clean energy investment. Japan committed over 10 billion US dollar through what we call Asia Energy Transition Initiative, IT, to help Asian countries, including Indonesia, of course, to accelerate what we call energy transition by investing in renewable, hydrogen, and carbon capture. When we are talking about the innovative financing, Indonesia also quite progressing well in this innovative financing to the climate and SDG achievement. So Indonesia has a pioneer in issuing green bonds and sukuk since 2018, and also the latest one, Indonesia issuing what we call Indonesia SDGs bond that issued in Japanese market as well. So between Indonesia and Japan has a strong ties when we are talking about the SDGs goal development. And also through JICA, of course, a lot of bilateral agreement and as well as package that we already received to fund multiple energy and climate related projects in Indonesia. So it's including what we call concessional loans and geothermal development and also infrastructure. Now, the recent term that we always discuss is about the carbon pricing policy. So let me start with the Indonesia condition at the moment. So Indonesia basically has one of the biggest Indonesia forest carbon stock. So this is one of the potential of Indonesia. We have one of the biggest carbon stock from the nature-based solution. This is the one that we need to be carefully enhance our collaboration with other countries. And with Japan, at the moment we have already what we call GCM, Joint Crediting Mechanism. It's already been around for several years now. So basically, Indonesia and Japan kind of co-create a business and investment environment. So Japan could invest in Indonesia, help us with the technology and everything, and we could share the carbon credit between two countries. So this is a really mutual benefit and mutual recognition between two countries. And when we are talking about the kind of green technology, one that very recent is what we call CCS, CCUS. And we do believe in Japan, CCS is carbon capture, storage and carbon capture utilization and storage, CCUS. So Japan technology has provide one of the quite advanced in this regard. So between Indonesia and Japan also could further collaborate in this CCS and CCUS technology, while Indonesia has the potential to be a CCS storage, one of the biggest in the world as well. So this is a partnership opportunities between Indonesia and Japan in the green technology as well. When we are talking about regional framework development in this green economy, I think ASEAN, as chaired by Indonesia in 2023, we have what we call ASEAN Green Recovery Framework. So it's calling all the regional to have a synergies in decarbonization and climate adaptation. And Japan, of course, one of the key partner with ASEAN. They are also very supporting when we are talking about the sustainable growth. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me actually go to Dr. Lily Yan Ing first, because you left off by saying that there needs to be mutual respect and trust for both countries to basically even return to the level of trade that it used to be. Does it also, do you think, influence Indonesia's considerations in joining BRICS or OECD or even the CPTPP as well?
Well, I think in terms of BRICS and OECD, they are not choices. Talking about the economic tie, 9 countries combined in BRICS has a total trade with Indonesia of 38% of Indonesia's total trade. 38 OECD countries has economic trade with Indonesia of 34% of Indonesia's total trade. So in terms of economic tie, BRICS countries are relatively in the higher positions compared to OECD countries. But the thing is that joining OECD will give leverage for Indonesia to improve Indonesia reforms in law regulations as well as to adopt international best practices. Joining with BRICS will give Indonesia access to finance to infrastructure as well as improving Indonesia trade and investments. That's kind of BRICS and OECD. So I personally gonna support Indonesia joining OECD and BRICS. South Korea is the fastest country, only 2 years taking South Korea to be joining OECD. So if you want to learn, probably South Korea and other Asian countries could be the best examples. In terms of CPTPP, the simple equations is that CPTPP, the current one, without the US, will only provide very, very, very minimal benefits, economic and political benefits to Indonesia. So I personally do not recommend Indonesia considering the cost of benefits of joining CPTPP. Indonesia may consider joining CPTPP if the US joins CPTPP, but I don't see that the US will gonna join in CPTPP any soon. Not in the Trump administrations, not in the Democrat administrations might rethink. Responding to your questions on mutual and respects, let me highlight on the co-creations on three simple things. Once on economic tie, I think it's very important for Japan to be more open to Southeast Asia as well as Indonesia's imports, particularly the things that Japan actually need or supports Japan productions and exports, like palm oil, machineries, parts and components, as well as other agriculture and fisheries. Japan has been very tight, very close in terms of Japanese agriculture and fisheries. Indonesia also has its constituent, so this is something that Japan should be more open. The second one is on physical and digital. You might not like connectivity, we like it or not. This is true that we need physical and digital connectivity, how we can improve our physical infrastructure as well as digital infrastructures. The second one is people to people. We may call it co-creations. This is something that I would like to highlight on mutual respect and trust. So far, Japan has always wanted to become a part of the US and Western allies. But they always treat Japan as an honorary guest. They never really take Japan as their part. But Indonesia, Southeast Asia, we always respect Japan. We always look up Japan. But Japan has never been the other way around to us. So this is something that I would like to highlight on co-creations. And it's very important. The key is on the people-to-people co-creations. How can we provide or we improve this kind of mutual respect and trust in our people-to-people connections? Thank you.
Thank you. Not to put you in the spot, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, but it seems like when we talk about the concept of co-creation, Dr. Lilian Ing also says that Japan needs to also open its market, open to the ideas of improving, enhancing physical and digital connectivity. And since you began with, that there is a similarity or commonalities in terms of values, in terms of creating societies, so how do you think we should evolve, or how do you think we should improve this co-creation process?
Yes, thank you very much. That's the core question that we are asking. I think it is a I think in Indonesian side, Japan side, we have done a very good, exercise and a kind of a preparation to make this happen. I think, like, for example, maybe because I'm not an economist, maybe I have a different take on, say, like OECD and CPTPP. I consider CPTPP is not a trade pact. It's more of an administrative pact. So it's more about a pact of an administrative reform within your domestic, structure. So it's a structural reform pact. And it's more about in what way do you want to restructure your domestic structure, right? And do we see a common goal there is the question, rather than, how much, like the profit or because the real profit and the real depth is within your domestic, structure within. And how do you unlock that? I think in that sense, it's more of a value creation within the way we govern. And it's more about, whether we see the kind of promising potential there. I think that's basically the concept. And how do we do that? Yes, I fully agree with Dr. Lili that we really have to open up. And I think we are gradually doing this. Maybe it's not at the pace that we all want it to be, but you see the kind of relationship has grown from G2G to B2B, and then university to university, and then like FPCI is one of the the prime, right? You have the decade of citizen diplomacy. So diplomacy is not only for foreign affairs. Now the citizens are doing diplomacy, and you have, of course, you have tourism. You have, there's all kinds of interface that we didn't have in like maybe 20 years ago, and we have done this. You see the faces of Japanese here living in Indonesia, like myself, and also you see a lot of Japanese Indonesians living in Japan, much more than like 20 years ago. I think so. You're putting up faces in your community that already relax your public perception. You are no longer, but you really needed this process to actually do this structural reform to open up. I think that is why there is the trust, as our first session was highlighting, how trust has been built. And I think otherwise you'll have all these like xenophobic trend you can see in this world, right? If you do fast pace, like I don't have to tell you about the European experience or even what's going on in North America. You have to take this step to make this trust build to reach to the openness. So I think I would say we are doing well to the path, and what we have to do is open up, as Dr. Lili is saying. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That sort of conclude the moderated discussion. Now we open for questions from the floor. We have Ibu Christine, right? Ibu Christine from the middle, the gentleman with the jacket. And then Ibu in the hijab, pink hijab, and then of course Ambassador Madi will be fourth. So Bu Christine here,
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Two short questions. One for Dr. Lili regarding RCEP. I've seen several work that indicates that RCEP has been more beneficial to the extra-ASEAN trade, but not intra-ASEAN trade. I wonder if you have some views on that, whether it's confirmed, and how likely what role Japan can contribute in supporting this kind of like intra-ASEAN trade, especially since the morning we've been talking about Japan's commitment for ASEAN centrality. So if you see any indication on that. My second is to the rest of the panelists. Related to the ASEAN +3 framework, especially in terms of economic cooperation. I think in the past 5-6 years, there have been efforts from the finance ministers from ASEAN and as well the +3 dialogue partners to reduce excessive dependence on dollars by promoting the use of local currencies. How do you see Japan's role in pushing that? Is that feasible? Is that even strategic for the long-term sort of like regional economic integration? Thank you.
Thank you. And then yes, gentleman in the jacket. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Mahesa. I would like to specifically address my question to Mr. Hayakawa and Mr. Nobuhiro. Sooner or later, Indonesia will move its capital from Jakarta to Nusantara, right? And as we learn, Japan has a very long history of moving its capital. It's long before Tokyo. My question is, it's a single question. From economic and co-creation perspective, how will Japan use the momentum of Indonesia's capital move to elevate economic partnership between both countries? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then the Ibu in the pink hijab.
Thank you. I'm back again. I hope that now is my turn to query. My name is Yani. My question is about, is Japan interested to creating opportunity to Indonesia small and medium entrepreneurs? To produce the lightweight or simple spare parts to support your vehicles. Company is like car or motorbike. If yes, it is very good to us, I think, to make the increasing our business between Japan and Indonesia. But and if yes, please don't give to the large companies in Indonesia or oligarchy. Please give to SMEs. Thank you. Because as I know that in Japan also you give the simple or lightweight spare part also you give to SMEs in Japan, not the big company, as I heard. And then furthermore, please please wider opportunity to our palm oil produce, because as you know that Indonesia also, even Malaysia have company, palm oil company in Indonesia. So maybe you direct to Indonesia. Also the coconut oil, and also we have quality halal product. I think now very increase also in Japan. And about investment education, as recently our new president, Mr. Prabowo, that open wider for education investment and for technology transfer that we need in Indonesia very much from Japan. I think that maybe you can open university in Indonesia like Institute of Technology Tokyo or Tokyo University in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yani. Ambassador Madi, I hope you're not part of the oligarchs that receive special. Microphone, please, to Ambassador Madi. Yes. Do we have another question from the back? Okay, the gentleman in glasses. Yeah. Yes, Ambassador.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Budayu. Two questions for Pak Kacaribu and two questions to Dr. Dili. Pak Director, as we know, in our preparations to join BRICS, we are facing an initiative which not yet been decided on the project of common currency. And I think you know better than I do, common currency is not an easy thing. EU has already so many years, and they have still a lot of problem on that. What is our view about this project on common currency in the BRICS? Because even among the BRIC members themselves, they are still split in their position for that. And the second, just if you can give us the update about the implementation of the Chiang Mai Initiative, which also the payment system cooperations. Dr. Lili, I'm glad to see you again here. I'm always benefited from advice from Dr. Lili when I was a negotiator. Thank you very much. But now, the follow-up, Dr. Lili. I'm rather not disappointed, but not yet too satisfied. We have, at least in my experience, two SEPA negotiated well, and we have already, is already being implemented. The problem is that in these two that we have negotiated, and we always, as you know, consulted the stakeholders each time we negotiate. But still, after implementation, it's always our partner who benefit more than us in this trade agreement like this. What can we advise our trader here in Indonesia so that they also can benefit like our partner benefiting from the same agreement? And the second is there are questions that is posed by people that contacted me, is that Indonesia, Japan, and for that matter also Indonesia plus so many money. We have so many roots of this trade agreement, you know. Even with Japan, how many do we have? Bilateral, ASEAN plus 1, ASEAN plus 3, ASEAN and the RCEP. So many avenues that our people can choose. Of course, the big companies perhaps know how to choose. But the smaller company, instead of knowing, they get confused which one to choose. How can you advise, or how can we together think of some institution that could advise this smaller trader how to choose this so many choices of avenues? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one final question from, yes.
Chick, thank you so much for the panelists. I have a question for panelists. To JICA, how can JICA further leverage its expertise and resources to support Indonesia's sustainable development goals, particularly in the areas of renewable energy, digital infrastructure, and human capital development, while aligning with Japan's strategic interests in the Indo-Pacific region? And the second panelist, to Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. How can the Indonesia Ministry of Finance, in collaboration with the Japanese government, leverage financial diplomacy to attract more Japanese investment into priority sectors such as infrastructure, renewable energy, and digital economy, while ensuring fiscal sustainability and maximizing economic benefit for Indonesia? And the last, for EAI, how can economic research and policy analysis contribute to deepening the economic and strategic partnership between Indonesia and Japan, particularly in the areas of sustainable development, technological innovation, and regional cooperation? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for all of your questions. If we have time, we'll have some more. Unfortunately, we have already 5 sets of questions. Let me go to Dr. Lilian Ng, since a lot of questions are addressed to you. One is from Ibu Christine Chin on RCEP. So how should Japan play its role in promoting intra-ASEAN trade? And there's also a question from Ambassador Madi on I believe this is a spaghetti bowl syndrome. Like there's so many trade negotiations, agreements that we have with Japan, and how do we inform the small and medium enterprises to make the right decisions on which platform that they can use, as well as, was it the policy research to Dr. Lilian Ng as well? Or, well, you can also address that if you'd like. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I can see from the quality of questions, this is one of the best audience I've ever had. Having
Warm
discussions.
applause for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for attending the sessions. I'm learning a lot from your questions. We can discuss into more details, but let me just briefly discuss on economic research. I think it's very important for us to provide kind of objective point of view on the advantages and disadvantages of trade, investments, of any kind of corporations. I think it's very important for us to provide this kind of balanced view to Indonesia's governments. On second questions from Ibu Christines, if we see ASEAN's intra-trade since 2000 to 2024, ASEAN's intra-trade has not been moving a lot. It's only around 23 to 25%. Lately, is even decreasing to 23% after COVID pandemic. The thing is that this is nothing really wrong with ASEAN, because ASEAN, one is that we have substitute, we are natural competitor. Our products are naturally competitions. The second one is more on the technical issues. I think it's very important for ASEAN governments to simplify rules of origins in ASEAN's intra-trade, including ASEAN and ASEAN Plus One FTAs. The third one is very important for ASEAN's as well as East ASEAN's trading partners to improve non-tariff measures, transparency, and to tackle with barriers in trade and investments. So the strategy that ASEAN aims is ASEAN does not only improve intra-ASEAN trade, but ASEAN improve with its main trading partners, which namely in RCEP. So I think it's kind of a good strategy for ASEAN to move forwards in these directions. On the last from Ambassador, I'm learning a lot, but you're just being so down to earth. I'm learning a lot. You're one of the mentors for Indonesia negotiators teams, and I'm very humbled and honored to be part of your team as well. I totally agree with you in the sense that Indonesia, as other Southeast Asian countries, the use of FTAs is only around 23 to 28%. While the case of Japan, the use of FTAs is up to 90%. So that's how much Japanese companies use FTAs. One is that what we can do is that first, we simplify rules of origins in trade in goods. How can companies make it or get certificates of origins in the very simplified manner and make it the procedure very clear, having it in Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Investments. And we also need to promote that so far we already have, this is the number of the FTAs that Indonesia already have, and this is how to use it. But at the same time, I think we also need to, I totally agree with Ibu Yani, I think we also need to remind our counterparts the agreement can only provide benefits for both party or whoever parties involved if we have a good implementations. And that's why I would like to highlight Japan to be more open to Indonesia and Southeast Asia products. I totally agree with you, Ibu, that are actually very important for Japan productions and exports. And the key is the empowerment of small, medium enterprises and people-to-people trust and mutual respect. Let me be very honest in this forum. If we see Japanese firms, Japanese arm-length institutions, most of them are Japanese firms and Japanese people, right? How many of them are actually open for Southeast Asia and Indonesia? Right? So this is something that we kindly request Japan. If Japan would like to have this kind of co-creation economy, Japan should be more open with mutual respect and trust to Southeast Asia and Indonesia's counterparts. There are so many ways, including taking very simple examples, giving Indonesia MSMEs the third, fourth tier to Indonesia's local companies, exchange in professional, nurses, architects, accountants, and health workers. So many chances that Indonesia's exchange could actually improve the growth of Japanese economy. So I think I'll stop here, then we can continue for further discussions. Thank you so much for the questions.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Hayakawa Yuho, since there's a lot of questions with regards to cooperation, co-creation between the two countries. For example, there's a question on whether the Japanese government or enterprises, private sector is interested in investing in the new capital or helping Indonesia in terms of growing its new capital. There's also a question and comment and suggestion to strengthen support to small and medium enterprises, open the market for small and medium enterprises, also education cooperation as well. So yeah, perhaps there's tons of questions, so I'll give you a chance to respond to them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Regarding most of the questions are very difficult to me to answer, but let me try. The question about the new capital, that is yes. Actually, the JICA is trying to, for example, disseminate the information about the current status of development of the new capital to Japanese investors and the companies in collaboration with relevant ministries in Jakarta. So I think the awareness is, I think, has been raising. But to be honest, because of the change of the administration now in Indonesia, so probably they are still watching the development, new movement on this matter. And as for the SMEs, small and medium enterprises, yes, actually, the collaboration with and the utilization of small and medium enterprises is a sort of strength of Japanese industries and enterprises. So, it should have been seen that the more utilization of local and small enterprises, should be more effectively, engaged into the supply chain, value chains related to the Japanese investment. I think I think Japanese enterprises are quite open to those possibilities. So, I think it's a matter of the decision of the Indonesian side to how to promote, how to encourage, the investors to work together with Indonesian enterprises, particularly small and medium enterprises. I think you can do that. Instead of enforcing the limitation or restriction on certain industries, you can use measures to promote that sort of collaboration in positive manner, so that we can see more effective collaboration with local SMEs would be seen and concretized. And regarding education and other issues, yes. Actually, education is one of our focal areas for collaboration. And as you know very well, we have Japan has supported the strengthening of well-established universities in Indonesia. And now the current administration is looking at the upgrading and reduction of the inequality among regions in terms of basic services. So we hope that the Japan will find out more room to collaborate in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Pak Bobby Wahyu. There is a question on how Indonesia should promote investment, especially in SDG achievements such as renewable energy and infrastructure. There are also questions with regards to also on less reliance on the US dollars, BRICS on the government of Indonesia is thinking on BRICS exploring the issuance of a common currency and also the Chiang Mai initiative to use currency swaps. So all about financial stability. So what is the thinking in the government of Indonesia's mind?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bu Dayu. And yes, they are very, very complex question actually for this discussion this afternoon. So let me try my best to give my opinion in this regard. So with regard to what we call regional currency within the ASEAN, so the development of ASEAN regional currency is a work in progress. So basically, it's reflecting our region initiative to enhance our financial efforts, financial integration, and yes, it is reduce reliance on external currencies like the US dollar. So it's still work in progress for the ASEAN regional currency. And the other thing is that in addition to that, at the moment, ASEAN countries encouraging the use of local currencies through what we call the bilateral LCT framework. So like local currency transaction within the region. So this is should be a bilateral LCTs between members country and ASEAN. And the latest one, the broader initiative, what we call regional payment connectivities within ASEAN members countries. So basically, it's also including the development of QR code between ASEAN member countries. So I heard that maybe if we are going to Thailand and we can pay through the QR code as well between Indonesia and Thailand. I think this is already in some way already implemented for the what we call regional payment connectivities for the cross-border payment. And when we are talking about the ASEAN Plus 3 framework, what we call Chiang Mai Initiative, this is more on the financial safety net for the region. So it's a pooling of fund, a reserve pooling of fund for the region when, let's say, hopefully it's not happen, a crisis hit one of the members. So that member could access this reserve pooling fund, the Chiang Mai Initiative. So in this regard, if I may suggest that, of course, colleagues from Japan can get involved in optimizing our bilateral LCT within the ASEAN region. So that's one thing. Another one is question about the common currency of BRICS. Well, basically, I don't want to get involved deeply in this regard, but I can say that this is my general comment. So basically, if we would like to establish a common currency within region, basically it's a huge task. So basically, when we are adopting common currencies in the region, it might need or it must have a central monetary authority within the region. So, and also we have to be able to dealing with the macroeconomic shock within the region. It's a huge task of any kind of initiative. That's my general comment in that regard. Maybe the last one is with regard to how can we strengthen or increase the investment to Indonesia from Japan. One of the key is, of course, between Indonesia and Japan, we have a long standing history. The investment and a lot of things Bu Lili already touched upon. But basically, I really agree the idea of the co-creation and people to people. I think this is the one that maybe we can propose further, that people to people and the openness between Indonesia and Japan is the key. Of course, Indonesia will continue the reform, strengthen our governance, strengthen our transparency. But at the end, I mean, in the kind of technical level, people to people and openness between Indonesia and Japan is the key. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa. There are many questions with regards to co-creation between the two countries, ranging from research, education, strengthening small and medium enterprises, support to Indonesia's achievement of sustainable development goals, up to reducing reliance on global shocks such as from the reliance of US dollars. So how should both countries position itself between all those requests, demands, and also visions for co-creation?
Yes, thank you very much. I think, I mean, all is relevant, all is tough, but I think there is an agreement that it's good to do together. I mean, let me just respond to several of our really good, questions that we received. One, of course, with the issue of IKN, right? It's more than 400 years ago that Japan last changed our capital city.
400 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So it's been a long, but I think there's one lesson here. The success does not rely necessarily on infrastructure. So don't look at IKN as whether the infrastructure is growing or not. It's more about jobs and culture. Because especially look at how did the construction workers settled into that region? Are they settled in a poverty situation? Or after construction project, did they get a new job? I think that's the key question you have to ask whether the IKN gonna fly or not. It's not about how much infrastructure has. Look at, say, Brasilia. I learned from this from, Pak Bambang, who was in charge of IKN. Brasilia, look at how big a slum district that is surrounded by it. The infrastructure is good, but look at the society. It's very disconnected from the government sector to the non-government. I mean, Tokyo took a long year, or Edo, that we call it Edo that time. you have this, if you go to Tokyo, just please go to that area in the eastern side of Tokyo where there was the construction workers built up a new culture, new society, which is different from like the Kyoto culture. I mean, that like former construction workers spin off their, job and create a new community there and brand themselves as the new, new capital's indigenous community. That software part is the most crucial component, whether the IKN will work or not. So don't, I think I want like everybody to talk about that social part, whether the IKN. So if I could say whether Japan could help or not, it's not how much money you put into the infrastructure. Don't like compartmentalize the argument on that, but it's more of a bigger or in the longer term of how a new city can emerge and to be successful. That's number one. I love the question on the SME. I think that's where the future is. I fully agree. There's a lot of like mom and pop companies in Japan that is looking for a lot of Southeast Asian talents, especially Indonesian talents. So I know the kind of debate goes maybe as today, how much investment from Japan to Indonesia, but let me go further. I want to ask a question. How much investment from Indonesia to Japan could happen? I think it's a high time that we can talk about it, right? Maybe 10 years ago, people said, that's so crazy, that's so silly, but I don't think so anymore. I think if you look at the market power of Indonesia, I think that is the new trend that could happen, and not in terms of capital only, but human capital, right? So there's so much young, talented personnel, and I think the professional career doesn't only have to be circulating within Indonesia, which already have been very transnational. And I think I think we should make a really good matching scheme to connect with a lot of SMEs in Japan with Indonesian talents, and then they could circulate back as well to generate a new SME in Indonesia. I think that's the kind of like, it's about like a shared talent, not, so we don't develop talent, in a nationalized style, but transnational style. And I think the faucet could be the SME. What we haven't been able to do is to kind of list those really good, talented, high skill SME that is hunting for Southeast Asian talents. I think it's a communication gap. It's not necessarily the market reality. It's more of a communication gap. And that's where the public sector or the government should play in. We should be able to connect those dots that hitherto will not be connected. So I think that will be, a critical point. So like SME, maybe it's not just like a single vector, but it's a mutual vector that you might share talents here, and then they will be convinced that, okay, we have friends from Indonesia that are so skilled, they will think, okay, let's move our company to Indonesia, because Indonesia is in a much better economic trajectory right now. So I think that will convince a lot of Japanese SMEs. And I think there is a lot of demand. The only thing missing is the communication line. So yeah, we should work a lot on better one. Yeah. And that's when we call it openness. So I think we are open, but we're not, open is not enough.
We need to be transparent.
No, not just transparent. We should be promoting these information connectivities, and we should be telling each other stories more. We need you need us, because otherwise you won't hear those, demands and supplies there. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the panels. Before we close, I will invite all of our panels to have like 1 minute closing statement. When you think about co-creation between the two countries, what comes to mind and how we should go about it in the future. Let me start with you.
Thank you so much for very stimulating discussions. Particularly the questions from floor or very, again, it's challenging and encouraging to us and to me. Now Japan is also struggling to attract the investment from foreign countries, particularly, for example, the semiconductor is one example. Our government tried to attract the investment from TSMC Taiwan very hard and succeeded finally. So under other Southeast Asia countries are also doing same. And I think Indonesia is no exception. So I really believe that the Japan and Indonesia, both countries need to do this sort of effort so that the special partnership between the two countries will make the partnership more special and more long-standing. And I think I was really impressed by the idea of the circulation of the talent circulation between the two countries. Actually, already that sort of movement has started. So, including receiving the young, the people from young Indonesian people to Japan for training, as well as maybe co-working in Japan. So I really believe that we can do more and more closely with Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bapak Bobby Wahyu Hernawan.
Well, thank you. Indonesia and Japan, of course, will continue the relationship, the really, really good relationship that we have been so enjoyed so far, and in a more diverse sector, including the green economy as well as the advanced technology that support the SDG development. So that's one key that we will continue the partnership and the collaboration between Indonesia and Japan. Second one, this is a really important key takeaway from this discussion, I think. As our new administration, Pak Presiden Prabowo and the administration also focus on the priority of the development of human capital, and then one of the important keyword if we are talking about the human capital is talent. So I would like to stress in my closing statement, we will focus on the human capital development as well as focusing on the very, very special talent of Republic of Indonesia, especially maybe in the digital economy and kind of a green job, green economy. So this is a really important key takeaway, and from that human capital development of the talent, we will try to communicate our Indonesian talent to the world, including to Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Bobby Wahyu Hernawan. I will now invite Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa.
Yes, so final message is that I know Indonesia has been a long history for non-aligned movement, but I want an alliance. Japan and Indonesia, I want an alliance. And I know what President Sukarno was saying was in a much more of a defense and security sense, right? So what I want an alliance is social alliance, not necessarily an economic or political, but the social alliance. I want that to happen. So and in that's why I was asking, what kind of society you want to build through politics, economy, and other policy. And I think we can, always look back in our social contract in our countries. Do you want prosperity? Maybe yes, but with what? Safety and freedom. These are the three major ones. You want just prosperity and safety but no freedom? Do you want a society like that? Or do you want a prosperity and freedom but no safety? Do you want that? I think Japanese and Indonesia both want three of them, right? And I think that's the fundamental commonality that we have. And in that sense, we want a social alliance. So we want all these policies that cater to that future. And I think, especially we look at Gen Z, I'm very, very hopeful. If you look at the tendency, the preference of their, pursuit, I think it aligns. All the Gen Z, both in Indonesia and Japan, cannot live without 3 of them simultaneously. You can't miss any of them. So I'm very hopeful. I'm cautiously optimistic. But we have a lot of homework. So I hope people who join here has an interest and also share the mission that making this happen. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe we all share that optimism. And with that, let me invite Dr. Lilian Ng.
Thank you. I see like many young colleagues here, particularly the first rows. So let me convey to my ASEAN colleagues, Indonesian colleagues, from the bottom of my heart. You are the future of Indonesia, of Southeast Asia. Do your best. Be you are in the government, private sectors, academic. I believe that ASEAN has been successful so far because ASEAN and you will always be the peace promoter, and we treat Japan as important as China, as the US, as Europe, as Palestine, and as other countries in the world, as our main trading, investments, and development partners. And I just would like to emphasize today, China is the present, Southeast Asia will be the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our session for today. I believe that the buzzword that we've heard today is it all boils down to people-to-people connection. That's the core and the heart of the co-creation between the 2 countries. And with that, let me thank you, Mr. Hayakawa Yuho, Pak Direktur Bobby Wahyu Hernawan, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, and Dr. Lilian Ng. Thank you so much also for the audience. We have a fantastic audience, very excellent questions, and we hope this is not the last time that we will meet all of you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dayunirma Armawanti. And please give a big round of applause to our moderator and also our panelists once again. And now we invite all the panelists and moderator to have a photo group together. There, too. Yeah. Please, you may come to the front, in front of the table. Camera, please stand by. All right. We can count on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more, perhaps, with freestyle. Relax a bit. Yes. Padino, maybe yes. Okay. All right.
Check, check, check.
All right. 1, 2. Once again, please give a big round of applause. Yeah.
Thank you once again to our moderator and distinguished panelists. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that we have gained a lot of useful insights from today's discussion. With that, we have come to an end of our 2024 conference on Indonesia-Japan partnership.
And we extend our gratitude to all of the panelists, moderators, and the participants who are joining us and today's conference, both online and also in person here. For your information, there are refreshments outside of this room, so you may enjoy them while mingling and also networking with one another.
Once again, on behalf of FPCI, we thank you for your participation and we hope to see you again in our future activities and events. And you may tune in to our Instagram or X account at FPC Indo for more information about our events. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.